Oh no.
And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. Last session, the party had explored further into the Palace of Heart's Desire, uncovering a series of rooms on the lower level, and the party had also decided to split up and sort of get more exploration done before the burning sun on the horizon reached them. The summer court is coming, and it is almost here. Probably tell it's past yon and fast approaching. If anything, they may even arrive today. Thankfully, though, the party did get one more long rest in, replenishing all their resources, and are ready to take on the most dangerous threats in the palace. Now, you've also explored the library, and you met Sean and Gray, little spider. Sean is the librarian, and he said that he was in some sort of alternate dimension when this spell went off. There is a second library that he mentioned that has all of Zybiona's personal books, the ones she's penned herself. And speaking of penning, you also found up in the central tower, the room with the black book, and inside you were able to write down your names into this guest book and unlock any of the crown locks inside the palace. In doing so, you also found there was some other names written in here. The Hourglass Coven was the most notable one, which you were able to cross off. And the the other things were somewhat recognizable, but I think most of them you didn't have a clue who they were. A couple of fairies. League of Malevolence are in here. You get rid of that. And there's only probably about half of this palace left to explore. And so when you went around past the library, found a little swimming pool, and a strange water genasi was just mid spell casting. And you can see where he's aiming, the door or where the wall would be has been completely blasted open, and there's debris and rubble everywhere. And as you edged around the corner of this, you saw into the massive hall, like the biggest room probably in the palace itself is occupied by dozens of frozen individuals, goblins, drow. There's even a bullywug here, and a number of different fairies that are all sort of mid-flutter. And amongst them, standing directly in the center, is a long, white-haired, middle-aged woman. And you can see her arms kind of outstretched. And she is standing directly next to a cauldron. Well, you can't see much of the cauldron. Probably just the top lip of it, where a gigantic green and lanky dragon is tightly coiled around, and their wings are sort of folded, their claws are resting, and you can hear its deep breathing as if it was asleep. But as you rounded the corner and saw the Jabbawake face to face, you sort of startled and backed away from it, accidentally knocking into some of the debris and rubble that was there, as well as Morgoth's armor sort of clanking. And unfortunately, that seemed to only stir the Jabbawake. But it did not wake it fully. And so we now have a clock, which you should be able to see here. It's like this big red thing in the corner. I'm going to knock off one segment for that. Which means if 3 segments go down to 0, the Jabbawake will be a Jabbawake. And then you'll have a whole host of problems on you.
Can everybody
on your
else
hands.
see the red clock
I
that you're on
can.
about? Or just James who has the ability to?
The observer can't see it either, Chris, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. That's
Well,
why I was making my own clock.
Screw your clock. My clock's better.
It's not there.
Now, can you see it?
Ah, there you go.
Yep. I can see it.
Cool.
There we go.
As can the stream.
All right. So
Just gonna...
when this runs out, when this ticks down, the Jabbawake will be awake. But right now, you knock off one segment for you sort of stumbling in, knocking a load of debris around, and then backing away and hiding. And Sean is also a little concerned because he needs to get to the other library. When you told him that the summer court was on their way, he was like panicking and realized he needed to save the books. The library is his charge, so he needs to go and quickly store them or get them to safety before they're all burned to the crisp. Meanwhile, the other party, Team Moon, they explored around and found a ballroom. They went past a clarionet that was playing these kind of dancing tunes. And inside this room, you saw a number of glass statues spinning with partners around and around. And in the center of this ballroom was a glass statue you can only imagine is Zybona herself. But there's this weird glowing kind of orb that was like shifting around. And you tried to dance closer towards it. But unfortunately, some of you had 2 left feet and ended up smashing into a load of glass statues. And it wasn't long before you realized there was something else in this room that did not take kindly to your vandalism, whether it be accidental or not. Xaxx, you could see the kind of rippling effect of its invisibility, and when you called it out, it decided, rather than hide away, it would reveal itself. And this strange, almost toad-like creature with long black claws appeared. Its skin is of this grey, mottled texture, and it's kind of got like webbed fins. This is some sort of creature you've never really seen before. Can't imagine this is a bullywug by any stretch. And it actually referred to itself as a slard. And here you go, the image again. And it said that it was here to guard this place, but it's since had problems because the League of Malevolence. But upon telling him that it was you guys who defeated them, it seems a little bit more open to trusting you. And it did, however, not forgive you for smashing the glass statues, and said that one of you was going to take the punishment. In exchange, he would let you identify the blue floating orb. And unfortunately, Tanwen, you've got racked with some nightmarish psychic images of glass shards flying into your mind. And after that, Rodolfo, you were in mid-casting of Identify spell, I believe. So that's where we will pick up, with you effectively completing that ritual and identifying. Oh, and before I start, because you smashed a bunch of glass statues, I'm also knocking off another segment of the Jabbawake clock, which means one more loud noise in this area, and we're gonna have a problem. And I'm gonna close the clock for now. You already know that.
Yep. One
You're
more
on-
and we're.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The other issue is that you guys on the Team Moon don't actually necessarily know that loud noises will awaken this creature.
No, we don't,
But
do we? We have no idea what's going on in the other room.
nope.
That's fun.
right.
Okay, well, casting Identify?
Now,
The-
listen, Mr. Grey Salad, if you don't just calm down a bit, I'm going to smash every one of these glass pieces. And it's going to be just a ruckus.
Just to see what happens?
And just to see, yeah, like I don't think you'll like that very much, will you?
You do that, and I'll break a bone for every shattered piece.
Every shattered, so it can't be more than I have a lot of bones in my body. So I think I think I still come out on top.
He tries to do the math, but then as soon as he's counting, Rodolfo, you manage to finish the ritual, and the divination magic fills your mind with this information. The glowing orb is actually, in fact, something known as an Ioun stone. And I guess as part of the ritual, you would identify what that is. Ioun is a god of knowledge, or goddess rather, and she has many artifacts like this that grant the wearer or one who is attuned to it benefits of insight, knowledge, and all kinds of powers. This one is actually an Iron Stone of insight, and thus the wearer can gain. I believe it's. Let's just check it. Iron Stone insight. Yeah, God of Prophecy and Knowledge would grant the wearer a wisdom score increase of 2. So it's good for people who use wisdom.
Mhm.
But other than that, I believe that's the only thing you kind of discover, really.
And is it just sort of sitting there, or is it's like floating on
Yeah,
the
it's
pedestal
floating.
then?
It's floating around Zybilna's statue's head,
Mm-hmm.
and that's much like what an Iron Stone would actually do. Once you're attuned to it, it will hover and float around. Can actually be targeted by other casters and enemies, but it has its own AC and hit points, basically.
Mm-hmm. So I'll tell the others that it's a that it's a wisdom boosting thing.
Mm.
But do you think that means that this statue is really Zybilna? If it has her magical assistance? What else would it be? We could, I don't know. We have to take her to the cauldron to wake her up, right? So do we just walk off with this thing, or he's looking at the sled while he's
Yeah.
saying this? Trying to think of the best way to revive the mistress of the castle.
I'm supposed to protect that orb. It's not for taking.
We don't intend to take it. We leave it with her. So I'm sure she values the wisdom, but I mean there are.
It hops up onto the pedestal.
It is not the stone we are after. Is that the only thing you're protecting? Are you protecting the statue as well?
Mm. This room is under my protection.
Hmm.
Just this room? Well, we already smashed a couple of the statues. You're not doing a very good job.
Please don't. Xaxx, not anymore. Don't. My head hurts too bad. Look,
And you've already paid the price.
I have. So, here's the thing. My friend needs that. And my other friend is really a wild card. He could do anything. And right now, my head hurts, and I am not a happy ranger. So just give us the whatever it is Rodolfo wants and let us out before I have to stand up and deal with my headache.
You claim you are the slayers of the League of Malevolence. Do you have any proof of their demise?
Well, we have all these stuffs that we took from him.
Like
Do
the
we have
knights?
the caster's wand, or do the others have that? Does the other group have that? I don't remember who took that.
They have the staff of Kellic.
Staff.
And I
And the
think
horn.
someone... And the horn. What about the sword? Flaming sword?
Morgot.
Morgot has the
Morgot?
sword.
One of you has the medallion of feather falling that.
I do.
Sargash.
I do.
Oh, yes. Anyway, I'm not here.
Okay. No, that's fine to remind them.
Yeah. So we have this. Do you remember? This used to belong to one of them when we took it. I don't know. Do you have some way of talking to them? You will see they will not answer you.
This is the cleric's amulet.
Well, and you will know, is that the type of thing they will give away to anyone? I think not.
No,
Hmm.
I doubt that very much. Very possessive, that Zargash. Very well. As you have defeated the League, you've made my job a lot easier. I suppose I could lend the stone to you. If it will aid you in returning the palace back to its normal state.
That is what we are here to do. So yes, I mean the stone. Perhaps we would give it back afterwards if that is possible. But we may need it in order to free the mistress, return things to the way they were. It's not, you know how things work in this castle better than we do.
You know where things are in this castle better than we do.
Hmm.
Yeah.
How do we
Is there
bring
any-
back your mistress?
Yeah.
Do you
Is
know
there
where the
any-
ballroom is? She's supposed to be in the ballroom. Is this the ballroom?
This is the glass statue room. It's like a
Right, yeah.
ballroom.
Statue room.
Yeah.
I mean, it very much looks like a ballroom. Is there another one that
I
looks like
suppose
this?
there's multiple ballrooms, yes. But
Uh,
one is below us. Simply
so if we
follow the
stop-
spiral
if-
stairs and you'll reach
we
it.
Spiral stairs. Are there spiral stairs?
Yeah, you came
Uh,
up them. Well, actually,
Oh.
you landed on the balcony,
Down
and
here?
rather than go down them, I think.
Oh, we
Oh no, you
go
did
down.
go down on them,
I
but then you went up to
Maybe
this
if we-
level.
We could just like use the. Do you have the horn of blasting? We could just smash through the wall to the floor and get there real quick.
No more smashing.
no, Xaxx, my head can't take that. I am sorry.
All right.
My head
For
still
the sake of
hurts.
Tanwen's head, I won't do any more smashing, but only for the sake of Tanwen's head.
Thank you.
Um,
So,
go.
do you know where your mistress is? I mean, is she in the ballroom, or do you just not? You don't leave this one.
Yes, she is.
Hmm.
This is simply a statue representing her. This room is more than just decoration. All these characters you see, they are made in the likeness of her accomplices, friends, people she has helped. Zybilna is seen as a fairy godmother to many. And they have come to her in times of need. And each one she memorizes them and immortalizes them by creating a statue in their likeness, and here they reside.
These are all people that she has helped.
Yes. From the
Wow.
scullery maid to the sailor there, he's pointing out ones, to the poor farmer that you smashed into pieces.
But it was just a statue, not a person, so it's okay.
They still hold some memory.
And what does she do with these statues? Are they just left as mementos, or does she reach out to them somehow, or is it just a nice thing to have, like a trophy?
Not a trophy, no. They simply represent mortals who Zybilna aided in her role as fairy godmother. So they're just there as memento,
Like
a
trophy.
reminder of... No, I wouldn't say that. Just reminders of everyone she has aided.
Failing to see the difference, but that's really, I suppose, not important.
Well, a
And
trophy is something you I suppose, worked hard to achieve. This is simply more like a testimonials, like ballroom.
Okay. And why is it so important that you are here to protect this whole room?
Jeez.
If they're just memories.
She says that helping these people is important. That she should not forget anyone she has helped. She should remind herself of the good that she has brought.
Hmm.
That is why I must protect them.
Well, Rodolfo looks at the others. I don't see any problem with that. We don't really need them. But if we can borrow the stone to help free her, well, that would be a huge advantage for us.
Take it.
Yay.
He reaches up and clasps the orb in a cage of claws and lowers it down to your height and lets go of it, and it just begins to sort of float there again. And he says, I can help one of you attune to it.
Xaxx, you are used to wisdom. This is, I think, beneficial for you.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, it could
It's
be.
a plus.
And how many
Yeah.
items are you attuned to, Xaxx?
Uh, uh, just one, I think, right now. Oh, two.
Yeah. You got
I'm
the
attuned to
Dragon Moonstone.
The the cloak of displacement. I think I'm attuned to. How
Uh-huh.
do I? How can I tell?
It's got a little symbol. You see next to the just left of the weight, there's a little symbol that says
Oh,
attuned.
I'm attuned to three things right now.
Okay.
Then
So
the displacement, the stirring dragon touched focus, and the flower of good luck.
okay.
Well,
In
what does
which
this do?
case, it gives you +2 to wisdom.
If my wisdom is already at 20, does it give me +2 on top of that? So
Ooh.
give me a
It's a
22 wisdom. And does it
good
max out?
question. Because you are right to ask that, because most cases, unless it specifically states that it does, it usually doesn't. So it says to a maximum of 20. You're right.
Yeah,
So
I'm already
Okay.
maxed out. So it does. Yeah.
so
So
Tanwen maybe.
I'm already amazing at wisdom. So I
Well,
feel like it could be better served for the people. I like my little flower.
Tanwen, can you use it, or shall we?
It would
I mean,
benefit
I use charisma.
Mhm.
Yeah, it would
I
benefit Tanwen if you're if you know if you were to put your wisdom on a scale of say 0 to 20, if you're not at 20, then it would probably help you. But if you were at 20, then it's probably not going to help you.
I definitely could use it. I definitely need to be wise enough not to take everybody else's pain. Um,
It's
so
yours then.
yeah, I could definitely use some wisdom. So,
So I think yeah.
and if we fight anything else, Xaxx, I may need a little bit of healing.
You want some
To
healing
get,
now? Oh, you're already hurt.
uh,
Okay.
yeah.
Here, take this snuggle beast as well, just in case we stop for a bit. Take the snuggle beast.
Thank
And
you.
did you eat the
I ate a good
Did you eat the
berry.
snack I gave you? No. The thing I made you. I made little hot pockets. Did you eat one?
No, I need to
Well,
do
eat the hot
that.
pocket. Eat the
Okay,
hot pocket.
I'll eat the hot pocket. How much is that?
It's a D. It's 1d8 plus 4.
1d8. Oh wow. 10. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
Xaxx, that really helped. Thank you for reminding me about
You should
that.
always eat the food I give you. It's always amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. In that
Wait,
case,
I think I'm going backwards. Wait. 45. Not 35, Brandee.
The ironstone then is placed against your forehead and almost like opens a third eye for an instant, and then it suddenly hovers away from your mind and then begins to sort of drift around your head in like an orbiting like moon, and it's each time it kind of like passes by, you feel like your mind has sort of a wave of insight, keeps you sort of aware of your surroundings, and yeah,
So
helps.
I would think that the dragonflies would be a little bit unsettled by something flying around me that's not an insect. So I would think that they would all be hovering down on my shoulders, kind of watching that for a second to see what the heck that is.
Yeah, I think they would get a little like confused by it for sure.
Yes.
But it doesn't seem harmful. It's actually kind of like almost peaceful, mesmerizing, relaxing in the way that it just sort of hovers around slowly, spinning in its own orbit. But maybe the insects attempt to like land on it for a bit, rest their wings, and it just continues to move around. So now they've got a kind of got like a makeshift carousel.
I love that.
Sorry, I was wrong. It's just 4 for the hot pocket, not 1d8 plus 4.
Oh,
Oh,
uh,
that was a
If you eat the protein bar as well, then that's the 1d8.
oh, okay.
oh, then yes, I will eat the protein bar.
Okay, eat the protein bar, then you don't need to change anything.
Okay,
Okay.
there we go. Got it. All right. With that, you actually hear kind of a loud belch, and it definitely comes from back in the dining hall that you were just in. And you hear a shout, kind of distant, a little muffled, and you can just hear its voice bellowing, shouting like, "Where's my cake?"
Ooh, the giant. We forgot about the giant.
Wait, which giant is this now? I forgot about the giant.
He's the giant
He's
eating
the
food and just
yeah,
Oh
up
he's
yeah,
snug
in the hall.
nest.
down
Yes.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gleam
Um,
heads out to investigate and says, it seems to be distressed, even though its face is still covered in the crumbs and stains of a whole dinner table worth of food. It wants dessert, maybe?
Xaxx, do you have any things that could maybe charm it? Maybe something not magical but delicious?
I can make food magically.
Hmm.
I can make food non-magically.
I have 9 good berries.
But if like he doesn't know we're here, so do we need to do anything? He's just
I
there.
don't know. I was
Like, if
thinking
we
better
just
to keep a giant happy than to have one who is upset. But
or
you're
we could
right.
also
I don't
kill the
necessarily
giant.
want
We
to.
we could just we could also kind of attack him and kill him, and then he's not happy, or he's just dead. I mean, that's not us. I mean, I could make him food. I can magically use there would be a spell slot, so we don't really maybe want to do that. But
Yeah. Okay. No. 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 That's fair. That's fair. I forgot that he doesn't know we're here.
yeah, I
We
think just he
just,
doesn't know we're
maybe we
here.
just
So
avoid it, and if it comes to it, we kill it rather than. I would prefer not to waste our magic on a giant who is probably already eaten more than enough.
yeah, he'll fall asleep. He'll get the food coma soon, and then he'll
Things,
eat enough. He'll go take a nap, and he'll be asleep for a while. He's eating a lot of food.
I don't know, the thing's appetite looks insatiable. Almost as hungry as Juniper is. Juniper looks towards Gleam suddenly. Sorry, no offense. Can't understand me, can you?
Hey, Mr.
She
Slad,
is
how does this work anyway with the giant? Does he just eat whatever you have? I
The
mean, where did he
giant
come from?
is... Where did she come from, I believe? But it is not a normal guest in this place. The only ones I've heard it talking to was the lead. And since they're no longer part of the picture, I don't know what that giant is doing here anymore.
Why exactly? I mean, it doesn't. What does it want?
Food, evidently. But there is no food up here, so it's not my problem. That's the
Where is the
kitchens.
where are the kitchens at from
Oh
this
yeah,
direction?
yes,
Just-
that's a
Good
brilliant
question.
We need to find a question. Then I
Just
can get
down from the dining hall.
Where's the dining hall? Is it on the first
Just-
floor?
You've passed it when you came in here. The balcony, you can see it from there.
Oh, that's where the giant is now.
where the giant is. Yeah. So
Okay. Well, how about we say we leave that one to another time, and if a solution presents itself, wonderful. But I don't really care about giants. I'd
no,
prefer
because
not to fight one if we don't have to.
the kitchen's there though.
Hmm.
I will say that that's a very wise action, based on my new thoughts on this.
Right.
What?
So the only way to get out of this room is that doorway that leads back onto the balcony. And as and when you guys do leave, you can, sure enough, see from here the giant is scoffing down a whole bunch of food. Probably at this point finished them off and is just downing now tankards and tankards of wine or ale to wash it down. And now they're sort of picking their teeth with a whole knife. Like, a carving knife is the size of a toothpick for this creature.
Hmm.
And, yeah, revolting to even bestow.
Everybody
Just-
crouch down.
Yeah.
Crouch
Just
down,
out of
be quiet.
curiosity, can Samantha shrink anybody, or is it just me?
You're attuned to Samantha, and so
Okay.
Samantha only shrinks you.
Okay, it was an idea.
But I'm gonna say though, as it's kind of looking around for its dessert, you see it stand up, almost as if it's done with waiting, and almost like flipping the table up for a split second. And as it comes thudding back down, it stretches its neck out and looks around, and it's so massive. This creature is actually able to see onto the balcony and notices the lot of you.
Oh, great.
And it comes hobbling round. And I say hobble because it's almost like its form is not fully in proportion with itself. Like one limb is shorter or thinner than the other. Its face is sort of contorted in one direction. This giant looks like they're under some sort of a disease or curse, perhaps. But whatever it is, it doesn't look like, for example, Mudlump. Mudlump's got he's a cyclops, of course, but he's still a giantkin. He looks massive, but he's still in proportion from head to toe. This creature is malformed and monstrous looking. And yeah, as they approach, they spot you up there, and they shout and bellow towards you.
Where is my cake?
We're just gonna we're headed to the kitchens right now to get it. So we're just gonna go ahead and go down to the kitchens right now. We just got information about where they are, and so we're gonna head to the doors to the dining room, past the dining room to the kitchen, and we will go fetch the cake.
It looks towards you, and then kind of burps once again like a loud belch.
Good. Kellic promised cake.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then we're just gonna be on our way,
Mhm.
everybody.
Yep, off we go.
Don't forget, wait for cake.
Okay,
But don't be long.
we won't. We are headed out right now.
Are we
And
going down here?
yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. You can jump down as well if you really wanted. But yeah, you can go through this door here.
Oh.
This door wasn't a lion lock door, but it opens at your presence.
Yes.
No
okay,
problems.
Perfect.
So there's the staircase to your left that you could head down. This corridor, as you end up at the bottom of it, Rodolfo, looks like another way down because the floor is missing.
Right.
Oh,
In its place, a gigantic vine and beanstalk has formed. It's so massive that it has separated the tower from its base and is now held aloft, like tangled in the branches above you. Looking down, you can see the beanstalk extends to the bottom and spreads its roots out. And there does seem to be what looked like it was the workings of a kitchen, but it has been almost entirely trashed. The stove is over one side, the utensils are scattered across the floor, windows have been pushed out and smashed over the sides of the palace, and the beanstalk has spared nothing. It's completely demolished it. You can see from below you there is also another little hallway leading off of that kitchen to the side, sort of like mirroring what you're standing on now.
My. I'll head back. Okay, so there's a beanstalk in the way, and I think it may have destroyed at least part of the kitchen, if not all of it.
The
Let's go.
kitchen's
Let's
not
get.
there. Okay. Well, what
yeah.
I could create some food for him to at least keep him busy for a while. It wouldn't be like the best thing ever, but it would
He doesn't.
keep him
He
busy
doesn't
for a
see
little
us
bit.
right now, Xaxx. He thinks we're going to the kitchen. Let's just go down the staircase.
Oh, okay.
That's what you can kind of
I
see. What you can kind of see
yeah.
where you are in relation to the palace there. And as you look up Rodolfo, that's what you see. That on the right hand side of that image,
Yeah.
Is
the tower above you is just suspended there by the
it's not a-
beanstalk.
not a thing, right?
Okay,
Beanstalk.
All right.
you
Okay.
can head
Alright,
back down the
well,
safe way if you wanted.
Yes.
let's head down the safe way.
And I'll point out there's one last thing on that hallway is the door you opened up to the other room that led onto another door back there. But
Yep.
it doesn't seem like there's a way down from there. It just sort of continues around, probably like around to the front of the palace.
Well, we don't have time to explore right now.
Okay, so you want to head back?
Yeah.
Should be able to just drag yourself onto the stairs and you might appear below. Okay, I'll grab everyone. There we go. Okay, so you're back to where I think. Oh yeah, no, you didn't come down here. You landed on the balcony and then just went right immediately. So here you go. You're on the staircase. In front of you is a heart lock door, but because you again have your names written in the book, you see it magically unseal and begin to rise up. So that's a lion lock, rather. But there you go. It opens up, and immediately you see the interior of the actual ballroom. What I described before at the start. Dozens of these frozen guests. And it doesn't take long for you to spot the centerpiece. A green, lithe dragon coiled tightly around the cauldron. And just behind it, you get a view, in fact, of Zybilna. And the same image you saw in the stained glass windows, the same image you saw in the jars of time. Zybilna sort of stands there, almost as if addressing an audience. And very clearly on her right cheek, you see that mark, the sort of three-toed, like chicken foot symbol.
Okay, there's a Jabbawake, and I think
Okay.
what looks like Sibylla.
And you
But I
know what? To add... Go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to add to this. And I'm going to say that you also hear a bit of rubble and a scuffle on the other side of this ballroom as you are opening the door, and you hear like the stone clatter against the marble, giving off a loud enough echo that you see the giant dragon begin to stir.
Oh Lord.
For a
Okay,
moment,
so-
you think it's going to rise up, but it's still asleep barely.
Okay, so that's not the way to go.
Hi, Juniper, be very quiet.
Very, very quiet. I'm gonna sneak over down this direction.
That's the sound of the scuffle on the other side.
You're gonna.
A bit loud.
Well, why are you going that way? Why can't we just go in this way?
No,
Hey,
Xaxx. That's the way with the dragon.
Yeah, I'm a dragon.
Can you fight that thing or calm it down? I mean,
I can fight it. Yeah. Can
what
I
is wrong
win?
with you? You're very eager today.
We've only got 8 episodes to get through the full campaign, so I'm in a bit of a rush. Yeah,
Why? I mean, why would we go in and fight the dragon? That seems
we can
crazy.
at least get it out. We can get out of there. At least we can get. If we get it out of there, then Bilna's just by herself.
Gleam says we're only half a party at the moment.
Yes, thank you, Liam. Exactly. We should at least do this while everyone is here.
Okay, where are they?
I don't know. They wanted over in that direction.
On the other side of the ballroom. We have to cross the ballroom.
Yeah, I don't want to cross the ballroom.
What
You
if we
go
just
first.
from
You
the
go first. I
one
will
way
help
through
from the
this
back.
door?
How about that?
There's the door right there. Why don't we go right there?
Yes, but
That-
the doors roar.
And when you have wisdom.
Oh, they roar?
Yes. Yeah,
They did
make
sort of let off a
noises.
roar.
They did sort of. I did kind of open the
Oh,
door
okay,
already.
we can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they roar? Okay. All right, we'll go the long way around.
Thank you.
Oops.
Okay. Sorry, you might have gone back upstairs, right?
I did go back upstairs accidentally.
You should be able to drag off the stairs and then back onto the stairs.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
did we
just
go?
letting.
Did we go up this thing yet?
You have not been down this way.
Uh-oh.
Or you? Oh, did you just notice, by the way, Xaxx? Someone in the corridor.
Oh, I know something in the
Just
corridor.
completely
I thought he was
ignored
already
it.
with us.
No.
I
So
thought he was sort of
Xaxx.
with us for a while.
Amador.
Amador is sneakily trying to side along this corridor and spots you guys and says, "Oh, there you are! I've been looking around for you. I was trying to find you. I've got some terrible, terrible news."
That's what? Don't leave us in
What?
suspense.
Just say it.
The hags, they've arrived. I saw them flying in and over the garden.
Oh no.
And what's worse, they've got some terrible creatures with them. I couldn't stare at them for too long. They're hideous.
What?
It's almost like Bavlorna's
What?
created her masterpiece.
Oh Lord.
It's all stitched together and horrifying. I almost wilted at its sight.
All right, we've got to get the whole party together. We need to find the others. There's
Yeah,
no
we
way we
definitely
can
need to
deal with
find
this as it's.
I sent... me and Clapperclaw decided to split up, and I hope that Clapperclaw's trying to inform the rest of your friends.
Yeah, we've got to find them.
I came in through there, the kitchen behind me.
Let's.
Oh,
Looks like
Okay.
something's completely overgrown, though.
well,
Yes,
maybe
that would
we
be the big plants that we saw from the other side. I mean,
Uh,
what happens if we don't feed that giant? Is it going to
I think
you
the
know,
giant's
come
the
after
least
us?
of think the
But-
giant's the least of our problems.
Hey,
Well.
I also want to point out there's a thing we can go up this way if we're looking for that last stretch. I think we haven't gone up this one yet. So if things hold true, we might have the last stretch this way, and that's the last one we need to get Zybelna's true name.
Ooh.
You
So-
actually crossed over onto those stairs before.
Oh, did we already do this one?
These
Okay, we already
ones?
did
Yeah,
this
when you
one.
was in the central chamber, you actually flew onto them rather than go around. You just and you
Oh,
dropped
okay,
off
so we already did that
Rodolfo.
one. Okay, we already did that one. Okay, never mind. Oh, Amethyst.
Alright,
how's it going?
what's behind the door in front of us? The kitchen?
Yes,
The
it
kitchen,
was
that's-
safe
that's
though.
what-
I didn't encounter any dangers on the way here, thankfully. But I had my trusty rapier. If anything could go awry, I'll swish
Right.
and slice it. Whoop! Sorry, Xaxx.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'll keep this sheath for now.
I mean, that was probably the best attack you've had all campaign. So well done there.
It was. Thank you.
Uh,
It takes a little bow. It's
Uh,
definitely
okay.
it's a sweet scent coming from this room as well.
A sweet scent. I'm gonna go ahead and go into this room.
Oh, maybe we should. Yeah, let's at least take a peek. I don't-
So, peeking around the room, everything is still in this chamber, and you can see where the beanstalk has smashed through the kitchen and has began to worm its way around, coiling around a dessert table, where you can see a whole array of cupcakes, cookies, toffee apples, donuts, you name it. This place is catered to the nines, and around it are a set of fairies delicately decorating the exterior and outer layers of a giant cake that sat in the center of this dessert table.
What are these things?
Yeah, those are aprons sprawled around on the
Oh,
ground that
aprons,
seem to have
okay.
been knocked off their hooks when this vine wormed its way around the
Right.
parlor.
Okay, I see. I thought they
Oh,
were
they look-
corpses
they-
of something.
Yeah, they look like ghosty things.
Yeah, they do.
Do they? I'll zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peculiar. Yeah.
The giant is waiting for his cake. Is it almost done?
The fairies do not respond to you. They seem to be
Are they
completely,
frozen?
frozen in place. One of them's got that little dessert, like squeezy dessert thing. What they called? It's like a
Piping bag.
Piping.
thank you, piping bag. Yeah,
Mm.
and they're just applying the finishing touches by the looks. And one of them's like putting a little strawberry on the center.
Okay. I'm gonna grab one of the donut things. That's like right here.
Yeah, you got a cupcake. Sure,
Cupcake. Can I eat it?
you can.
Is it just a
Uh,
regular cupcake?
Let me check. First of all, it is absolutely incredibly sweet.
Of course.
It is.
That's just normal.
It's so delicious, and you almost forget you're in a dangerous situation here. It's just taking you to heaven. Though, as for like magical effects suddenly affecting you, it doesn't seem to be. It's just
All
delightful.
good. It's all good. Hey, we should probably take the cake into the giant, so at least he has his cake, and then he knows we did the thing.
Y'all, I don't think the giant is our problem. I think the dragon is our problem, and the fact that hags
but-
are here.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
if we
yes,
make
but-
the giant happy, maybe the giant will be on our side to fight the hags and the dragon.
Is that an
How do you
idea?
know? How do you know he's not just gonna go to sleep after this?
Oh, he seemed pretty hungry still. I think he still might go to sleep, but the way to a giant's heart is through its stomach.
I think we learned that was a female giant. Clean mentions again.
Oh, through her stomach.
But there's a. Did you say a giant? Amador says.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
a giant through this door over there.
Oh goodness, you've got your own giant problems. We've been trying to keep Mudlump from throwing a frenzy. You promised him something, and he seems to be, well, taking it badly that you stayed an entire 24 hours inside the palace without fulfilling his promise.
Oh my god, everybody's so demanding.
What did
Yeah,
we
some.
promise
mean,
him?
You promised him you'd find his true love.
Who is his true love
why
again?
did you do that?
Yeah, who promised him that?
Why did we do that?
Well, I'm
Well,
not
you see, he was
sure it
trying
made
to
sense at the
explain
time.
why Pollinella and I were eloping together, and he didn't seem to understand what the concept of love was. But once you did, he thought that that's something he would like. In fact,
Is that
Okay. Well, I mean,
Tanwen would
male
say-
giant, female giant seems, simple
oh
math.
goodness,
Oh,
I see what you're thinking.
maybe. I mean, just because they're giants doesn't mean they're actually gonna like each other. Just maybe he doesn't want a giant. Maybe he wants I don't know, the owl thing or something.
Well, I mean,
Um,
maybe we start simple before we start, getting complicated.
yes,
Um,
Arkham's razor and everything.
mm-hmm. Quite.
Who's Occam? Can we meet him yet?
The
he
point.
outside?
The
Is he
point
one of the
is,
guys?
in cases of giants who are at their heart simple creatures, we go with the simplest solution.
Okay,
Which-
so we feed the giant that's in there asking for a cake with the cake that's right in front of us.
Yes.
Cake.
And then Mudlump and this giant can fall madly in love with each other because they're both giants, and that's how biology
Oh.
works.
It doesn't have to be instant love, but we can just introduce them to each other, and they can see if it would be like a matchmaker. You go on a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
of dates, and either way, that buys us time.
It seems to me that's the way it works. You introduce people, and then they fall in love because they're the same species of creature.
All right, so the rest is up to them.
Yeah.
And
That's
we'll
why
have
Tanwen and
fulfilled our
Tarquin
our
fell madly
duty.
in love when they were both human, and they're no longer in love because he's a rabbit again.
We were never in love. No.
I mean, yes, that's how
No,
it works.
No, we were never in love.
I mean, you can say that
No,
all
you're
you
not in
want,
love
but
anymore. You're not in love anymore because it's a rabbit. That's why. Don't tell him that.
Speaking of the rabbit, I think it's a good time to jump back to the others and see what they're up to as you're discussing about this cake and other nonsense.
Oh, thank God.
it's a plan that
Alright.
makes sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
Alright, let's
Faulkner, Tarquin. Yep, you just backed away
Yep.
and nearly fell into the pool there, Tarquin, but
Yep.
you stopped yourself from falling. Everyone else is scrambling, like heavy breathing. Like,
Tarquin makes a gesture to go back towards the door.
How
And he's-
about I go first, and I'll come back with Pass Without Trace up. Sound good? Because Morgoth shouldn't really be moving.
I'm trying to keep as quiet as possible, but his armor is very clanky.
Exactly, so stay still. I'm going to leave the room. I'm going to cast my spell. I'll come back in, and I'll tag you all into it.
But don't we need to be in it when you cast it?
Nope.
Swell.
No.
Because we did it with the kids when we were saving the kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, that spell. I'm just gonna just oh no, don't follow me. How'd you get him to stop following you?
Apologies.
That Glister also won't stop following me.
Alright.
I'm just gonna okay. Right. Very
Head back into this room.
I'm gonna head like 2 rooms away.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace.
You cast it.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back in with it cast. Once I'll get rid of it on my spell sheet. Does it do does it do an aura or anything when I actually cast it?
No, but we can create like a light effect around you. Just a faint one.
Okay. And I can place a template apparently, but I don't think it stays on me.
No, I don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Don't place template.
And then I'll be like, I'll still be like, shh, but it's a bit muffled to everyone as I'm like tapping everyone in. And I'll get. I think I need to get within like 30 feet, is it? Or 15 feet? 30 feet?
30 feet, right?
Yeah.
It's a 30 foot radius. I think that's.
Within 30 feet, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
cool.
So which way do we want to go? Should we go meet back up with the others now that we know where Zybilna is? But we'd have to go upstairs probably first. To head over to them.
Just away from here.
Yeah, let's do that. All right. So we're gonna head back and towards the stairs.
Okie dokie.
Oh God! Hey, I'm a disco. I'm a disco ball.
Well, well, yeah, it's a bit too much. What on earth?
I'm
Yeah,
assuming that they're all following.
Yeah, they're all in this aura.
We just don't have control of their characters.
No, yeah, Sean and Graham also going to follow you.
Lily, get over here.
And Glister and
Yeah, and Mom.
Morgott too.
Alright.
Okay.
Sweet. Right.
Okay, doke. So you make your way back out into this hallway.
Yeah. Let's not be
Wait,
in that situation.
There are towels and things in here, aren't there?
There is. And there's hooks where you can place your clothes on in this
Do you-
little changing
Do
room.
you think...
Weird thing is the changing rooms don't have doors on them.
Yeah. Do you think, using the towels and various other things, we could pad Morgott's armor for the future so that it doesn't clank as much?
I think we'd need a lot more towels. For a second, I thought you were planning on garroting the.
Oh
The
no, if we were
Jabbawake.
going to do that, I'd use the corrid hair rope, because I can just make that go to them magically.
That is a good idea, actually.
And
And weirdly, it's dex based,
you
not
haven't.
strength based.
Just a quick question before you go up there. You haven't been around this corner, have you? Yeah.
There's
No. But
No.
I kind of know.
Did you? I think last session you were asking why is this door even locked? Because you were able to sort of walk around it, but you realized that wall was like completely smashed through.
Yeah,
we-
so I'll quickly sneak up there in case there's something obvious up there before we head up, I guess.
And I'll stay within 30 feet of him because
Okay.
he's wandering off.
Well,
Alright.
I'm sneaky. It's one of my I'm a dex-based character.
Well, now you're even more sneaky.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what was up here,
So
just in case. Oh, there's a door there.
okay, yeah, there you go. I didn't think you had seen that.
There's another room here. It could be. Maybe it's where the last thingy is.
Right, you should be within 30 feet, so you can go check it out. Yeah,
Okay.
as long as you don't go to the
As you
far
round
end.
the corner, this room contains glass cabinets filled with a wide variety of weaponry.
Oh
The
my
weapons are so well constructed that it's actually difficult to tell if this is a display or an actual armory or a museum. Maybe it could be one of the two. But
matter.
there are some impressive swords. Yep, you can roll an Arcana check or history if you want to recognize the Master Sword.
I guess I will. I'm gonna. Do I have any? I'm gonna quickly just move back to them.
Mhm.
Oh no, it's concentration. Never mind. I was gonna say crunchy leaves, but that's concentration. I have
Yep.
inspiration, so this seems like a good time to use it if I need it. Do I have to with inspiration? Is it I
Yeah.
have to declare I'm using it before I
No.
roll?
No, you can use it to gain advantage on a roll that you've already rolled, so it can
Okay.
be used retroactively.
Okay.
I was mainly saying history check to recognize the Master Sword as a joke, but
Well, I might
can
be
have a
able to
look around
recognize
anyway.
like some sort of arcane rune or something from a story,
Okay.
maybe.
Sure thing. Have a little look.
11's not terrible, but you know what?
11?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use my inspiration because there could be something really useful here. 15.
15. Okay. These do indeed seem to be recognizable as weapons of myth and mythology. You can see, like, the icy sword in the center there, accompanied by another red one. They were known as like twin blades of, known as like the swords of ice and fire. You've got the master sword, known to be wielded by a time-traveling elf, and you have a gigantic axe that was once wielded by a warrior who was known to slay the gods. And all around the room, one by one, you're seeing similar sort of weapons, but as you get closer to them, it's hard to tell their authenticity. You're no like museum expert.
No.
You've only heard the descriptions of them in story, but perhaps you could perhaps verify if they're real or not by maybe like the weight of them, or
But they're in glass cabinets, you said, aren't they?
yes, they are. Yeah, true.
Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do that's particularly clever here. Don't think so.
You can see where the glass cabinets would open. Like there is a door on them, like with a little latch.
Yeah.
And there doesn't even appear to be locks on them either.
The other group's got the bag, the portable hole. We don't have any way to carry these
No.
easily, but I will make a mental note of this room. I will come back to Faulkner and just be like, that room is filled with so many weapons of legend, but I cannot tell if they're real or like recreations. But I'm wondering if maybe if we can get Rodolfo back there, maybe they can identify whether they've got any magic properties that might be able to, help us.
Yeah. Morgoth says, weapons?
Yes.
We could use some weapons in the fight against whatever dangers are.
But we're not sure what they are, and I'd like to get Rodolfo to at least check in case there's traps, magic traps or something. I couldn't say anything obvious.
And listen, Morgoth, there's only so many weapons that you can swing at once, and you've got a pretty damn good weapon right now.
So
good point.
There was like, how are you at dual wielding, Morgoth?
I am proficient in many weapons. I have trained in the fighting pits of Downfall.
Because there was this big axe, there was this twin pair of swords, one cold, one hot. By the looks of it, there were some daggers. There's honestly attempts to take daggers. There were some arrows.
I need to see this. I need to see this for myself. Oh, sacre bleu.
Oh my god. Why?
Ah, these weapons are magnificent. Magnifique.
Well, as we're here, Faulkner, and we've got Glister, I'm gonna investigate the one that's caught my eye the most, which is oddly the arrows, and just see if I can see any potential traps or anything on the case, or any like runes that might be there that we're offering some protection, maybe.
Yeah, you can roll on a Arcana or an investigation check, depending on looking for like physical traps or magical traps. It's glass, so it'd be hard to hide a rune on this, and so you kind of, without knowing for sure with the detect magic, your best guess is that you can't just put runes onto something and make the runes then invisible. That'd be an extra 2-step.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if maybe there's something on this room that prevents you taking them out, maybe, some sort of trap that you can't see. But
as far as taking them out goes, when you walked in, you noticed this door would have been a heart lock. So it would have been sealed and shut, but because the heart currently owns the crown, it's open.
Yes.
But this one, yeah.
Looking at each of the weapons, probably a good question.
Monster Hunter sword?
If you're looking at all of them, you can like if you're looking like at a bookshelf, for example, and things have been there a while, you can tell what's been taken off recently due to like dust layers and stuff. Is there any of these weapons which looks like it may have been used more recently than others, or has been here longer than others?
Not by the looks, no. They're clean and well kept, so any layers of dust are absent, as they're also kept in glass cabinets.
Okay, so right, let's head back. If Sean's still about, we can maybe ask them, and they might know details.
I'm right behind you, actually.
Yeah.
Is the weapon that Morgoth's got one-handed or two?
One. She's got
It's the glaive.
She's got the glaive for 2, and then she's got the flame sword for 1, and then a shield. She's already got a shield.
Oh, she has, yeah.
What's this shield? Do you think?
Just a.
Is it just
The shield here. I mean, it might have magical properties. Sean, any of these? Do you know anything about these weapons? Being like a librarian type.
Well, I'm just the librarian. This isn't normally my forte, but this room is known as the Armory. There is definitely a spectacle in appearance, but most of these weapons are listed as incredibly powerful weapons of ancient mythology.
Right.
They've done legendary things.
Here's what I'm thinking.
They're almost like she collected them because of what they'd done legendarily, rather than to use for something legendary.
Can I check?
Right.
Can I check the shield over for if it's magical? Like, is there any runes or anything on it? Anything that would be noteworthy to hint that it is magical?
Okay, yeah, roll an Arcana check.
Right. I can't even crunchy runes because I'm...
Nope.
13?
So, you heard that these are weapons of legend, and so therefore you would immediately assume them to be magical. And you can see etchings and stylized decorations on them. Though, whether they are the runes or not, it's hard to tell. And normally with magical weapons, now that you actually own some, there's normally this sort of extra ordinary effect about them. Like, they just seem to be like they're never dirty, right? If they are ever stained or chipped, they're never chipped. They're never like, some weapons are just like completely pure and never like ever
Clean
damaged.
Then
It looks pretty damn clean, but it lacks a kind of sheen to it. Like, it's like polished, and it's clearly very well made and manufactured, but it doesn't have that sheen to it.
Right. Okay, so the shield's probably not worth it, by the looks of it. We should definitely get out of here now, because the rest of the party are not aware what is in the next room.
Yeah, let's go
if
see if we can find them.
Yeah, if they do something to disturb it, we could be in big trouble. Come on, Morgoth.
I suppose the benefit is, with how big it is, we'd at least be relatively safe. Like in this, I don't know if it can smash through walls, actually. Thinking about it.
So, upstairs, go find the rest of the party.
Okay. You want to head back up?
Yeah, that's where we're going. Well, we've not been up, I don't think.
So...
necessarily.
Okay.
Have we?
You have. I think you came down from up.
Okay.
You landed on the balcony near the stairs, and then just went straight down.
Where did you say the other library was from here, Sean?
We need to get across the other side of the room. Or if you're able to, we can get across from this balcony to that one.
Oh,
yes.
Crap. There's no way across this way, is there?
No.
Or we could maybe go round out of the front and back in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I can wild shape while we we're still in this state of pass without a trace.
Yeah, I mean,
It just means that'll be my last wild shape used.
no, that seems a waste. If it's just a matter of warning the others, I could get there and do that.
I think we should stay together because if you split and then it wakes, it's either just you against the Jabbawake or us against.
Also, I just realised as you went into that hallway, did no one notice at the end of the hallway?
End of what
There was
hallway?
very clearly a token there. Like,
Was there?
yeah, like it was so obvious. It was standing there.
Where?
But I guess because you ignored him, he'll chase after you.
Who would chase
He
us?
was, yeah, literally you walked up like to it as well, Tarquin, because you walked down the corridor. Come back down the stairs, you'll see them much more clearly now.
Understand? What? I'm so confused.
You had vision on him, all of you. Like all of you saw him.
Oh, it's because that doesn't look like a token because there's no circle around it.
But you saw it and didn't even raise an eyebrow. Oh my goodness! All right.
Slow down.
Hi, Clapperclaw.
It is indeed
quickly
Clapperclaw.
Get in the black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're
What's
gonna have to
wrong?
go. I think we're gonna have to go through this door to get to the other stairs.
And a hello to you too, Falker.
Hi. No, if we go upstairs, I've got a way to get us across.
I mean, I can't.
Whatever it
wild
is you're talking about, it can wait. I've got important news for you. I didn't
Quiet.
just.
The Jabbawake is in the next room and it's asleep.
Oh, sorry. Well,
We are in the past
Yeah,
trace, but still.
you've got other problems.
Where?
What's the
Yep.
other problem?
Well, you spent so long in the palace. I don't know what you've been doing in here, but you've been gone nearly a day.
Yeah, we've
Trying
been
to find things.
and we've had to fight a whole group of.
We beat the League of Malevolence.
Yeah, we had to fight.
Well,
the
it
Netherlands.
sounded like you gave the hags enough time to regroup, and
Well,
now they've got something with them.
well,
What?
the good news is that we took their names out of the book, so they shouldn't be able to get into the.
Yeah,
shit! They
and
can
other
get the heart locks open at the moment, and that's the
They
front
can
door.
fly.
Other good thing is
They
that
can fly.
whatever they brought here can't be as bad as them actually being here, because it would be very stupid for them to leave their realms with the summer court coming.
They,
I don't know what they're here for.
Oh God.
Oh God, three. We need to find the others.
All three hags, they flew in over the garden, and following them, trailing behind, are these hideous monsters. One looks like it's been born from the earth, like roots and vines all twisted and contorted.
What's the likelihood that if the Jabbawake woke, it would go after them?
Well, it would likely go for whatever caused the noise and would attack.
I don't know.
So we
But
just
for
don't.
now-
recognize?
But for now, we need to find the
It
others
looks-
quick.
It looks like Scabatha's whole garden got up and grew legs.
Right, let's get upstairs, get to the balcony, and I've got an idea of how to get across, but it'll be a little
Are you-
tricky, but better than using up a resource.
Amador split up with me, and they went to tell the others.
Okay,
Okay,
but the others should just be on the other side of this balcony.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to load.
So do you want to fly them across?
No.
That was going to be the plan, just because it would be easier than if you're gonna make us tightrope or something. Or
Yeah, tight roping was sort of the idea, but
I figured that's where you were going with it.
because if you use your wild shape, that's your last one, and that could be better used later.
Glister says, I'm confident I could probably tightrope, but as for the rest of you, falling down into that maelstrom of lightning, well, we already saw what it did to a rock.
I'll just use my wild shape. It's fine.
I can fly.
Okay.
Well,
Wild shape would do it.
With my flight, can I carry someone with me?
Well, wild shape will be able to carry everyone.
I know,
so you don't need to both fly.
but it's his last wild shape, so I'm just exploring the option.
It's fine.
You probably won't be able to lift Morgor in her full plate.
Yeah, damn it, Morgan.
She's literally got full plate, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Alright. So you wild shape into a gigantic, huge owl, And
Yeah.
to even fit back through into this door, you'll need to drop it again.
Yeah, but I stay low with all the towers and that.
Can
So
you drag me back to the map, Chris? Because it seemed like I got stuck on the other map and I can't
Yeah, sure.
click on my token to move it.
right,
So
okay.
Okay.
you fly again past the knight who's mid suspended animation. Okay, and you come around the corridor. Sean says, "Right, the library's just at the end of this hallway."
What do you mean by the end? Like through the door or downwards?
That's not the end of the hallway, is it? That's the start of the hallway.
No,
Okay, well,
let's go.
if I was Rodolfo and there was a library about, even if he'd heard about it, I would think he would probably want to go there.
Let's keep moving.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, you guys just miss each other as they probably went down the stairs just as you got onto the balcony. Hilarious. And Glister says, "You know, I could just look through my twins' eyes and see where they are."
That
Just
might be a good idea at this point. Can you speak to
can
your
only do
twin?
that. I
You
can only
have
do it
that-
once a day.
Can you speak to them whilst you're doing that?
No, I can only see through their eyes.
But what if they're in a place like that's? What if they're in a closet and you can't see anything?
Why would they be in a closet at a time like this?
I don't know.
Hiding from something?
Exactly.
Although I can't speak to them, I'm aware of their emotions.
Okay, and they seem good at the moment.
As long as we're
Well, I would have to use the twin bond.
Let's just check if they're in the library and then
Actually,
we'll use that.
Tell a lie. No, you're right. They can always tell their emotions at all times. But twin sight is their once per day look through their eyes.
Right.
Right now, their emotions are
these normal
they're trying to
locks?
keep quiet. Everyone just jumped into the water and drowned.
Oh.
Wait, that's what?
water. I thought that was just
a fancy carpet.
No. So let me just explain what you just stepped into. The hallway across. Sean is the only one not surprised, and he says, "You don't remember me saying we need to sail to the library?"
Yeah,
Yes,
I
this is
thought
what
you
I was referring
I thought
to.
you might have been slightly insane at the time. Sorry.
This hallway has a sunken floor filled to the depth of 3 feet with dark water, and lanterns light the flickering blue flames hanging from the ceiling nearly 30 feet above by these kind of like short chains, and spaced roughly 10 feet above, from one another. So it's lit all the way down through this tunnel, and this kind of eerie ghost-like reflections of the water seem to dance around from the light that's playing on them.
So do we need to go all the way down because I can see it curve, or is it one of these two doors I can see?
Just be patient. 1 second. And Sean sort of steps ahead of you.
And also, are either of these doors lion or heart locks? Because I'm worried we'll trigger them as we go past.
No, neither of them.
That's good.
And as Sean sort of steps forward, he closes his eyes and begins sort of beckoning with his hand towards the water. And you see that there is slowly some ripples coming from somewhere further down the turn. And creaking silently and slowly around the corner, as you just take in this scene, is an empty sailboat that drifts into view from farther down the hall, and it makes its way towards you.
Will the boat stay, or do we have to get on it immediately?
The boat will wait.
Okay, Glister, do your whole twin thing, because I doubt they've gone down this way, which would suggest that they're down one of the others, and I'd like to know where they are, and then I can quickly
Alright.
get them.
Very well. Sun and moon, give me sight beyond sight. And suddenly her eyes glow a bright yellow, and immediately she says, "You're not going to believe this.
Mm-hmm.
They're directly below us."
Oh,
How do you know that? What can you see?
They're in the kitchen, and Xaxx is scoffing down a cupcake right now.
If they're directly
and-
below us, there's the vines there. I can probably get down to where they are.
I can see those vines as well. They are in the same room.
Right.
Yeah.
You wait here. I'll quickly go grab them.
Okay.
Because Tarquin can just... Honestly, Tarquin's probably just going to run down the vines. And if he falls, he'll just slow fall because monk.
All right, then. You can do so. And I'm going to drag you onto... I think it's this... Wait. I think it's this one. Tell me if you go to the right map.
On pallets of heart's desire lower?
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
This looks good.
So you just run down the vines.
Hey, guys.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So,
Tarquin, you just see running down this vine all the way that ends right in front of them, next to the dessert table. There you go.
So, Amador's there, so you've obviously heard the other bad news. We found, I don't know if you've seen it, but we found the Jabbawake. And
We have two.
it's...
Yeah, we found it. We also found a giant.
Okay.
And we found a gray salad.
Okay, we found a librarian who is about to take us to Zybilna's secret library, and there's a couple of other rooms up there, so that might, if you haven't found the Dretch yet, which I'm assuming you haven't. Though Tanwen does have a stone floating around their head, which I will ask questions about later. Then
It's a carousel. See the dragonflies sitting on it?
Yeah.
It's for the dragon.
Then there's this room here if you haven't been there, and then there's a few rooms up the top. I'm hoping the Dretch's in one of those, unless the giant ate it, I guess.
Hey, has Clapperclaw made it to y'all? Because
Yes.
Amador is telling us the hags are back.
Yeah.
So we're out of time.
Yeah, which is why we need to check these last rooms SIP, get the last couple of bits, and then hopefully we will have the last bit.
We need to get the Jabbawake and the giants to fight the hags.
Yes,
I
but
like that idea.
but we also need apparently, according to Clapclaw, it's like the garden of the second hag, whose name is temporarily slipped my mind.
Gabatha Nightshade.
Gabatha has stood up and has come here. So
you got a different description from Amador.
We heard it was Bavlona's.
Yeah, I think each of them brought something.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, well...
So...
Our biggest concern...
It's like a potluck of bad.
Yeah.
So, this...
Our biggest concern was keeping the party split, so I'm glad you were able to find us.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to reunite the party to search these last few rooms.
I mean...
or is there a way we can stay in touch so we can quickly regroup if...
Unfortunately not. And with how big this place is and how difficult it is to maneuver, I think it is best to regroup. However, if we can just... I suppose if we can check this last... Actually... I would know what's in this room actually, based on the layout, because I would have seen...
Yeah, one second, sorry. Sorry, Jamie, did you go on the wrong map? Is that what you're...
No.
You're not on the
I'm
wrong
on the wrong map.
The H thing was because I typed again for some reason when I'm typing in chat.
Oh, okay.
If I
press H again. Just press H again if you want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Go on.
Right. I would have seen into this room, look, because based on the layout, because I looked in through this one. This is the one with the goblins, wasn't it? That I saw. Because I looked, this is like a glass door.
That's right. You would figure it out. That has got to be the front of the palace, and where you saw those French windows. French doors.
I sort of considered things and just like, would it be? It's might be a little risky, but I can potentially get a glance at what we're dealing with out there, because this room just below us has a glass door, so I could see what's out in the garden.
There's also no need. I'll say that this door also has the same sort of similar styled French doors with the windows.
Yeah.
So you can actually see through and into this
There's
room.
no direction there.
It does not appear to be. You see a few goblins sort of conversing, or at least they would have been, but they're now frozen in place.
Okay.
Beds and furniture of a upstanding quality.
So should we go back up to the group? Or up
Yeah.
to the group?
Yeah.
Just as you're looking there, sorry, Tarquin,
Yeah.
there's an odd table next to you. It's probably where the kitchen would have been as well, but the vines haven't reached around to the far enough to destroy this table. And on it are 3 rats. They don't look like they're alive. They look like they're laying out, like splayed out.
Rodolfo, are these rats got any magic to them? Wait.
Magic? No, you can't see any magic from them.
I'm gonna take these rats with me. I'm gonna put them in my bag.
Okay.
Why?
Sure.
Why? What do you?
Because
Okay.
I'm thinking these are for feeding something.
Well, Juniper's looking interested, so
Yeah.
yes, I would say yes. They're for feeding something.
I will. Well, but also they're probably for Bloody Beak if I was to take a guess. But
Alright, you got 3 dead rats.
But I will chuck a dead rat to Juniper.
Juniper is absolutely licking their laps, and they gobble it down with their eyes closed with delight.
There's no accounting for taste.
Right, now, are you guys able to get up these vines easy enough? I mean, I can run up them, but I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, we can do it. I'm just gonna grab before you guys can start doing that. I'm gonna grab the cake though.
Okay, sure. In fact, it's probably been a little while, long enough that you do hear the giant in the next room impatiently bellowing out.
Yeah.
Where's my cake?
I thought we were gonna use the cake to lure it to Mugwump or.
No, I think
That's it. I'm gonna smash this clarionet.
Here.
Oh, there you are.
I put the cake on the table and I leave immediately.
Huh? Finally.
Yeah.
All right, now we can go. I'm gonna grab some more of the treats on the table.
Tarquin will just call through the door. And if you're interested in something after your cake, there's someone who probably has lots of honey in the front garden if you want to go meet them.
Good, that'll do. That's works for me.
Yeah, they just need to see each other and then biology takes over.
Exactly. In any case, we will have fulfilled that promise to bring them true love.
To be honest,
and if it doesn't work out, that's just fate.
Yeah, I basically just sent him to the hex.
It doesn't.
To the
I don't think it works. Amador says, I don't think true love works quite like that. It's got to be nurtured and grown from like a seed.
It depends. Sometimes you see someone and you just sing. But you only sing once in a lifetime unless you're a vampire, apparently. Then it can happen twice.
Xaxx, as you were opening and closing the door, you could hear the other door on the far side of the dining hall actually open. And the rest of you do hear a clattering of pots and pans.
Huh?
And
from the kitchen?
Anybody?
No, from the dining hall. And then you suddenly hear the door on the latch on the door open.
Oh, there's a side door there.
Okay.
Oh no,
And,
animated objects. No.
You see a marching array of utensils, pots, and pans and you can see a bubbling cauldron of soup that is waddling their way into the room, and they seem to be marching quite promptly into here.
Be our guest, be our guest.
Yep, they are almost singing a tune to themselves.
That's a really good idea. I should have pots and pans that do cooking as
I
well.
just sort of look at them and just sort of step out their way and hope they don't attack me.
Sure, yeah. You step out of their way, and the spoon at the front, kind of leading this little troop,
Right.
kind of does a little bow in
I
sort of a thank you.
I just sort of quickly say, excuse me, are you going to go feed the Jabbawake by any chance?
Oh goodness, no! We are the tea and soup parade. We're not here to feed the Jabbawake. We're only feeding the ones in the dining room, but we need to refill.
So you were coming into this room, and that's as far as you're going?
Oh dear, it seems as though the kitchen is still in a sort of state. Well,
you said you were feeding those in the dining room. Is there a strange, almost like pig-like creature in there?
No.
You might have seen.
Unless we were cooking up hog today, which I don't think we were.
They're called a dretch. If you know what one of those is.
The spoon sort of shrugs.
Okay, you'd probably know them if you saw them. Well, I will.
I can tell you about cups, saucers, bowls, utensils, and napkins, but I don't know many things about dretches.
Wait, you serve Sibilna, correct?
Yes, I do. And how rude of me to not introduce myself. I am Demetasi, the head waiter. And I believe a light supper is in order. Would anyone else like some tea and soup?
I would love some right now, but unfortunately we've got to get going. We're kind of in a rush, but we'll come back later, and I know my friend Xaxx here would be delighted to not only eat, but maybe even do some cooking himself. Also, do you know who these rats were for? I'm guessing a giant owl, but that's just me.
Oh, yes, someone hasn't fed Bloody Beak.
Where would
in
Bloody
quite some
Beak
time.
be?
They're at the back of the palace, on the upper floor. No, wait. Sorry. Getting confused. They're at the end of the dining hall. And they point literally down to the far end of the table and to the door at the back of the dining hall. Just through there and on the right. Are you going to feed them now? They must be awfully hungry.
I sort of look to the others and I'm just like, I mean, they might be in there. I've got the things. I can help. I can handle animals pretty well. Can one of you give guidance?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
But
wait, are you going after the owl, or are you going after the Jabbawake?
I'm going after the owl for the time being, because it could be useful, but I also just want to check that room just in case, quickly.
Okay, I will give you guidance if you want it. Yes, of course,
yes,
of course.
And then if you guys start your climb up, then I'll meet you up there in a second because I can move quite quickly. So
good. Yes, it will take me a while to get there.
Yeah. So this door at the end, is this one of the special locks?
Demetasi sort of escorts you up there and says, "No, you may simply pass right on through."
Okay. And then you said to the right.
Yes, go take a left and then a right, and you should end up there.
Okay.
Good luck. Bloody Beak is a very dangerous feeder.
Yep.
And as you approach this massive set of oak doors, they look like heavily reinforced doors. Though there is no lock on them, as far as you can tell.
I slowly try to open the door and as gently as I can and just sort of whisper in, Bloody Beak, I've got your food.
The door creaks open. Go ahead.
Oh, crap.
And inside, you see a massive chamber littered with bones. There is a set of bars separating you from the rest of the chamber, and you can see between the bars a massive dark figure in the shadows of the bars. Its eyes are sharp and slanted and looking directly at the door as you enter, locked on you.
I take out one of the rats from my bag and chuck it through what I assume is like a grating designed for that purpose.
You can, yeah. It does seem as though the rats could fit through the bars.
Yep, so I just chuck one through.
You chuck one through. Give me a dex check. See if it hits the bars or not. Because you don't even get near them. You're just trying to aim between the bars.
Sleight of hand, because it's almost like me throwing my daggers.
Yeah, I'll let. Cool. Yeah, you managed to not even get near the bars. You're just throwing it from a distance. It flies and sort of spins in the right direction so that it slips through the bars and lands into the chamber. However, there is no response from this massive, hulking, hunched figure. No response at all.
Based on remembering back to Letter, looking at it, does it seem like it's moving at all?
Owls can remain incredibly still when they want to be, and even when they move, they can remain completely silent. However, after watching this for about a second or two more, you come to the realization it's perhaps just its eyes are just locked on the door, as if waiting for some meal that never came.
Yeah.
And instead, it got frozen in time and are now just stuck here, hungrily awaiting.
I'm going to take a slight risk. I'll step to the edge, and then I'll just drop the other rat through, so if it does wake up at some point later, it's got food.
You can do so.
But I'm guessing still no response.
No response. But I'll say, though, as you're getting closer to the bars, you can see to the end of the room. And on the right side, you can see there is a massive set of doors that lead probably out. Yeah, they could only be for letting it out. They are so big. They're like what you'd imagine a castle gate to have.
I'm sort of staring at this for a moment, considering things. I'm like, because it's like a blackish sort of color, right?
It's only because it's sort of shrouded in the darkness of this light. But
I just sort of offhand, I say black comet just to see if there is any response.
None.
Cirrus?
No.
Okay.
No response.
Other than the door.
You'd imagine in a brighter light you would see the sort of the pale plumage of their feathers, but it's a very dark chamber here.
Other than the owl and the door, does it appear like there's anything else in this room other than bones, I guess?
You can glance across some of the bones, see if there would be any treasure lying around, but it doesn't look like they fed anything with belongings on them. There's no like cloths, there's no like shiny things. Just bones.
I shall leave the room, close the door, let out a sort of relieved sigh, but also kind of disappointment, and then I'll head back to the others. But I will, as I get to sort of here, I'll just take a quick glance out on the balcony just to make sure that there's no one out there that's, at all.
Doesn't seem to be, but Demetasi offers you a chair and says, "Oh, would you like to take a balcony seat?"
Maybe later, but yeah, I'm just gonna head back.
As you're heading back, the giant turns and sees you.
Hi.
And
Could do with some rabbit stew.
Well, I'm personally, I'm quite a bit, what's the right term? I'm quite sinewy. I'd be very tough. Though, if you're considering you like cake, because I don't know if you heard me, if you like things that are sweet, there's a giant outside in the front garden who raises bees. I bet he's got some nice honey or something on him.
Honey? Ah, Dumpfagale loves honey.
Well, problem solved.
And maybe because he's looking for someone to help him with his bees, maybe you can get some free honey that way if you're willing to, maybe help him out.
It doesn't take long to see that they've already devoured the cake. Their face is caked in it. Yeah. And they just pick up the whole tablecloth as they stand, and then they sort of wipe their face away. It's only one wipe, though. They don't do a good job. It just more smears it. And they look around to see where the nearest exit would be. Guess it's this way.
Yeah.
The giant comes, not crashing to the door, but they do have to, hunch down, push through it, and Rodolfo, you see this massive creature stomping their way through.
Yeah, if you go through open the glass door at the bottom and then open the other glass door, you'll be on a balcony, and that should take you to the garden.
Xaxx, you're pushed aside. The rest of the table is knocked over, and you see them reach this door, which they promptly
just smash through.
As probably, and they can fit as a large. I think they're a huge creature, but these doors are 10 feet wide, so they do actually they're able to squeeze through. And funnily enough, they get to the other door, and that doesn't seem to be locked either. And they just go through the French doors, knocking over furniture. You hear the kind of creaking or sliding of beds and such, and you can hear the coat rack get knocked over and clatter to the floor as well. And then they simply step down off of the walkway that was a high wall, 20 feet tall, and they just step down onto the palisade and then step down again, as if they literally are just a staircase for them.
Yeah. So
they stomp through the lake as if it was a puddle, and you can see them heading towards Mudlump. But I guess if no one's helping them, if no one's courting them, I'll have to shelf this dating sim module for another time.
We'll leave that for now. We'll let the natural thing happen, and then we'll see if we need to intervene later.
But one last thing. Everyone make a perception check. Because everyone's just watching this thing walk through the goblins.
That's actually
okay.
Fun.
That's good.
11.
Xaxx and Tarquin so far, I've noticed. Did you want to roll in as well? Oh, you're upstairs. Sorry, Falconer. You're going to get back to the rest, I'm sure, in a minute. So, what everyone notices is, although the goblins can't move and cannot be moved, there is something that sort of darts around in that room with the goblins, and it tries to remain hidden. But because of its large form knocking aside the shelves and beds, this thing, which was very clearly hiding behind it, seems to have to dart and jump to another hiding spot as quickly as it can.
Yep.
And whatever it was very, very slim and quick, as it sort of went from being flat against the bookshelf to suddenly sliding under the bed without even a... Yeah, so Xaxx and Tarquin noticed it.
Did you see it? Anybody else see that?
I did. That is what we're looking for, but what did y'all see? In the brief glance of seeing it, did it look because of how fast it moved, did it look at all like the pattern on the wall that I ran around, for?
No, they were quite tall and lean. Whatever figure this was, it was you could have mistaken them for a goblin wearing the same sort of attire, but they were way taller for a goblin.
Excuse me. I call out, and I'll call out in Sylvan at first. Would you happen to be the butler? Don't worry,
You know me?
I'm not here to hurt you or anything. Don't worry.
Who are you?
My name is Tarquin. And I know titles are important, so I am the monarch of the Witchlight, leader of the Carnival Cards. And yeah, we're here to freeze Ibilna and I suppose everyone else from this weird time freezing curse.
There is no response for a minute or two, but noticing that you're calling out to the butler, the entree of little spoons and candles, who are still kind of milling around the kitchen trying to find a way to fill up their kettle. They kind of like tug on your fur for a second,
Yep.
and they say, the butler is very shy, I'm afraid. A little bit cautious ever since this mess.
If it helps, Butler, we did get rid of some rather unruly guests for you. The League of Malevolence, they're gone now. That helps.
Oh, you got rid of that Kellic? Demetasi says, the little spoon.
Yes, I sort of just hold his staff in my hand.
Oh, he was the one telling us to feed the giant constantly. Yeah.
Oh, so
suppose we're done with that.
So the giant was one of his people. Huh. Okay, interesting. So yeah,
Don't worry, I know a little cheat in order to get the butler out.
I also tried to feed Bloody Beak, if that is anything in my favor.
You can roll a persuasion check as you're calling out to this. 22, pretty good. He says, if you would like, I can also tell you a little rhyme that might lure them out as well.
Sure, I like rhymes.
All right. You hear it whisper into your ear. So I'll actually whisper you.
Okay.
There you go. Goes something like this.
I sort of consider it, and just sort of considering the words. It's like, I kind of don't want to because of the last bit, and I don't know what that secret will be in because there's its Fae. That's kind of a promise. So I just say, if you don't want to come out, you'd be aware of all the guests in the palace, correct?
Yes.
Would you happen? We're looking for a dretch. I don't know if you know where. We found a few of them, but there's one more left, and we think it might be in the region of, like, the flooded corridor, which you have to sail down. But I was just wondering if you had any ideas.
It remains silent and does not come out. Although perhaps you can maybe just see a pair of eyes reflecting the light from underneath the bed.
And I sort of consider things. Good secrets. Okay. Tarquin considers this and has an idea. And it goes, slip underneath the doorway, then fold and disappear. That's where you'll be hiding whenever I am near. I have something for you, a thing you don't yet know. I'll tell you my great secret if only you will show.
think that, coupled with the persuasion check, you do begin to see this thin individual, almost impossibly thin, slide out from underneath the bed and rise up effortlessly, almost like a wacky waving inflatable floating arm 2-man, just sort of
Yeah.
just rising back up and inflating. And you see this individual, but he doesn't just walk towards you across the room. No, they slide around the bedside table, slide across the wall, like they're sidling it. They go out of sight, and then they appear right behind this bookshelf that's already butted up against the wall. And you can see them from where you are, just this small little slit between the wall and the bookshelf, and it seems to be addressing you from there. And here you can see its full artwork. They are incredibly well dressed.
I'm trying to work out what this is. This isn't a creature I'm aware of, even out of character. But I have an idea because of it hiding behind things and stuff. Is that my guess would be it's meant to be the equivalent of like a boogeyman sort of thing, but
or a hideaway, perhaps.
Yeah.
Whatever they are, they definitely feel fey-like in nature.
Yeah. So I looked at them.
It says a secret, you say?
Yes.
Secret.
And I'm gonna whisper this to you because I don't want anyone else to hear. And I'm gonna whisper over to them, and I'm going to explain one of Tarquin's magic tricks, because a magician never reveals their secrets, but he's decided to for this.
I like it. That seems apt and fitting. You see a slight smile appear on the stick-thin man, and as such, he does begin to show himself more around to the others. And yeah, everyone else, you see this man dressed in a brown dress coat, stockings, and buckled shoes, and he takes a small bow.
I bow in return.
Are we all here?
Cards
yes.
Here.
Yes.
I think everyone is, but Faulkner, sadly, he's upstairs.
Okay, then I will also bow.
Yeah. If anyone wants to have started climbing, I suppose they can, because it'll probably take them a bit, but yes.
I can show you to the last stretch.
That would be helpful. Are they up?
You were correct in assuming, though, that they are inside a chamber just off of the waterway.
Okay.
Greetings, hello. He kind of greets you one by one.
Hello.
Offers to shake your hands. And his hand is like holding a piece of paper. You're almost afraid to grip it because it would just crumple. But yeah, either way, he slides along the wall here and then slides up the beanstalk.
Right, come on, guys. How much Juniper gonna be able to get up this? I wonder.
They're a bear.
Yeah.
They've got incredibly good climbing.
Right, let's all get up here then. And
all right.
Tarquin will start walking
Juniper
up.
should go last because Juniper's the heaviest.
That's true. You don't want Juniper to fall on you.
Okay, I do need an athletics check from anyone who's trying to attempt to climb the beanstalk.
Can I?
Oh, for the love of Pete!
Can I just run up it?
You have got wall running at this point?
Yep.
Yep, you're a monk. You can do it.
Yeah,
you do it. No problem.
Run up it.
You don't even have to run up the beanstalk. The wall right there is a much more flat surface as well.
I'll just run up see it at the top and just run up the wall.
As for the others, it's not as easy as it looks. Some of the branches and vines aren't as thick as others. And as they're trying to grip onto them, they sort of droop down, and there's no purchase. So it's like holding onto a rope that just sort of drops you. Xaxx fixed with a 16. You've got those draconic claws that kind of dig into the actual roots, and you're making a better headway than the others.
I'm not a strength-based creature. They're very.
I can't believe this. This headache must be really bothering me. I have won an award for my climbing.
That's true. That's
So,
true. You know what? I'll let you do it again with advantage because that is a point. You have an award.
no, that's okay. I'm just. I assume that the headache I got earlier is really messing with my equilibrium. You know, while I did get a little bit of relief from the pain, it's I'm still injured, so I assume it's just messing with my equilibrium.
Oh wait,
Which
no,
is
it wasn't
gonna
it
take me.
Faulkner who won the
Was it? I can't
Brigand?
remember.
I believe it was as a spider.
But I think.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
The rock climbing.
I think.
Yeah.
Did you win the throwing one? I think you won one of them. Or was it me who won the throwing one? I don't remember. But
regardless,
I won the
Tanwen
throwing
as a
one.
ranger would probably be pretty good at climbing trees.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just figuring that my
Well, there
headache
is definitely an
really
issue
bothering.
here. If it was just a simple climb, you could probably do it, Tanwen. But it's almost as if the vines contort and twist away from you every time you're trying to climb it. Sure, plants are alive, but this thing seems to have an extra leap of sentience above the normal plants. And one of the leaves swats you and drops you back down onto the ground.
Ah, okay. That is just uncalled for. I'm going to have to cast Speak with Plants and see if I can figure out what on earth is going on with it.
You took 4 bludgeoning damage as you fell to the marble floor.
Okay.
Rodolfo, you really did bad. I'm not even gonna.
I didn't even get like a foothold. I'm clumsily kind of stuck.
I'm gonna roll for this as well. Unfortunately, Rodolfo, you see this one vine whack you against the side of the head and pushes you into the wall. Take 3 bludgeoning.
Oof.
Stop! I'm
Ugh.
trying to help.
Did I somehow?
What did we do that upset you, plant? What is your name?
I'm sorry.
Are you casting Speak with Plants? Oh,
Yes,
right. This is definitely gonna work.
Cast Speak with Plants.
Yeah, I forgot you had that prepared. All right. In that case, the plant, as it's swatting Rodolfo, says, "Back, my sworn enemy, back!"
Wait, what? Wait, when did we become your sworn enemies?
Not you, the red-haired one. He carries it. He carries my bane. I will not abide by its presence.
Oh no! It's the axe.
What is your bane? Okay, hang on. Just give me a second. My name is Tanwen, Woodward. I have been.
You ward woods?
Yes, I'm a ranger. I've loved trees since I could go out and in my little toddler arms hug one. And I love plants. All my friends do. We absolutely are here to try to help every good, decent Dizian of this castle. We're trying to help Zybilna. We're trying to help free the frozen ones.
I don't know who any of these frozen ones you are speaking of, but I must defend myself. I'm only just born, you know.
Then you're still... Oh, my goodness. Oh, honey, I didn't know you were still just a baby. We've had babies with us. Juniper started with us as a baby, and all of us started as children, as young children, and that's how we met. And look, I even have my doll still, Samantha, with me. See, this is Samantha. So we're good people. We're not trying to hurt you. I promise that Rodolfo will never raise his axe to you. Rodolfo, can you promise not to raise your axe
Of
to the
course,
plant?
Of course, I will promise it is not for living creatures. Never.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check with advantage, Tanwen.
Okay.
And we'll see how it goes.
Come on.
And you can act guidance if you wanted to, Rodolfo.
I will add guidance, yeah.
Hang on, that's 1 and whoops, persuasion.
Yeah, roll again to see if you get higher. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yes.
Hey, that's a really good roll.
Plus
21.
21.
Woodward. You definitely live up to your namesake, Woodward.
If I could tell you anything, I would tell you that we're all looking for the sunshine, that we're all trying to get this realm back to what it was and what it can be in the future. And if I can do anything to bring you sunshine, I will. It may not be today or tomorrow, but we are working towards bringing Zybilna back and bringing the sunshine back.
I don't know who this Zybilna is, but sunshine sounds good.
Well, can you lift me and my friend up to our other friends, and we will be on our way. We will not bother you. And
Certainly.
I'm gonna actually hug this and say thank you, thank you, thank you.
For you, Woodward, Ward, I will lift you up as high as I can.
I just want to go to my friends and take my other friend Rodolfo with me.
Everyone is then hoisted up.
Yay!
Up to the second level. But for you, Tanwen, you are lifted even higher still. Up you go to see the palace in its full splendor. You hear it say, "Look at the view." And you keep going up higher and higher.
Magnificent. Do you see this all the time? Wow. I can't imagine being such a magnificent beanstalk and being able to see the world like this. It makes me almost wish I was one. But I like being a human with all of my friends. As much of a blessing as this was, I need to go back to my friends. We don't have very much time because the summer quarter is coming and the hags are coming, and I know you don't know who they are, but they scare me. If I can tell you my secret, I'm a little scared right now that things aren't going to go right, and I know that they won't go right if we aren't all together.
Of course, certainly. And if you wish to go back down or up at any time,
Thank you.
You have
Thank
my
you,
service.
thank you. And I'm going to hug the vine that I'm on really tight, going, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
As you're lowered back down slowly, you do realize you've actually passed by the tower that had been suspended above it, and you can see through a section of the tower that's been like crushed open because of course the vines are so strong it's like caved in one of the walls, and inside you can see a fluttering owl. It seems to be of pure white feathers, and it's startled as it sees you just out the window. You're coming down, and it just like looks at you with wide eyes as if it's totally unexpected. Like it did not seem to expect you just suddenly hovering past the window like that. But
Hi, baby, you're beautiful. Oh my gosh, you have such pretty, pretty, pretty feathers. What a beautiful owl.
it looks
Wow.
left and right, and then it kind of realizes that it's talking to you. Talking to it.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I've never seen such a pretty owl. I guess I'll cast Speak with Animals. Can I run both of them at once? I don't know that I can.
I'll say this
one.
before you go to cast that spell. You actually hear the owl respond, and it speaks in common, such that you would understand it. And so it says, "Well, no No one's ever complimented me quite like that before. Wow.
I don't know why not. You have amazing feathers. If I were going to be an owl, you are, and I travel with Juniper, who's an owl bear, but snowy owls have always had my heart. I just think y'all look so majestic and
Oh,
proud.
stop.
And
Oh, stop. It's just too much.
um, I'm gonna say to the beanstalk, could you stop for just a moment so I can talk to the owl, just for
You
1
see,
second?
you see one of the leaves rotate around and offers like a footstep onto the platform, onto the
Okay.
tower, if you wish.
I would love to step. Oh
Oh,
my! Wow, where are we? I know we're up in the tower, but what? Is this your home?
it flutters away from you instinctively
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
goes up
I'll
into a
take a
higher
step back.
beam. It
Take
says,
a step back.
"Well, I was hiding, you see, but you're not who I was hiding from.
Well, who are you hiding from?
You're not with the League, are you? Of
Oh,
Malevolence?
no, we actually got rid of all of them. We killed them. In fact, if you look, I have one of the amulets from the cleric. So this is,
Ooh.
and I'm gonna hold up the amulet of feather falling. See, this is my amulet. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have the swarm lift me up, and then I
Oh
am
goodness!
gonna hold the amulet and step off my swarm and show how I drift down slowly.
It marvels at your ability to hover midair upon a swarm of insects and says, "You are quite the trained magician, or
No,
what are
no,
you? A ranger? Ranger,
yes,
yes,
no. But we are traveling with the
and able to
magician.
talk to the beanstalk. Most
Oh,
impressive.
that's just because I love almost all. I love all living things that are good and
Must be
kind.
no
And
speak with plant spell." It seems to like ignore the fact that you've got this special bond with nature, and it just sort of doffs it off as if, yes, magic caster, speak with plants. That adds up. Still, impressive to convince it. And you must be a swarm keeper ranger, haven't? I've only heard
yes,
about you in legends. Not many of you around.
no, but I am so blessed to have my dragonflies, and see, I've also got wasps with me, and see, we've had some moths join us, and so I've actually have a whole collection of friends with me at all times,
The
which
moths
makes
seem to
me
be a little
happy.
bit wary of an owl to
Yeah.
be nearby. But it says, "Oh, fear not, little insects. I have not an appetite for you. And
Well,
as much as your compliments flatter me, alas, I must admit, this is not my true form."
it's not. Well, who may I, if I may ask, and it's okay if you say no. But what is your true form, and what is your name?
Well, this form you may refer to me as Cirrus.
All right, Cirrus, it is so nice to meet you. My
Like
name
a
is
cloud.
I'm Tanwen Woodward, and this is my best friend Samantha, and outside is
Greetings.
Beanstalk.
Oh, greetings. Well, as you are the slayers of the League of Malevolence, I suppose, I can trust you enough to reveal, perhaps, another form. And it suddenly turns into a small toad, like a frog.
Oh wow! Oh, how
Uh,
cute! Oh my
let me
goodness!
see.
You're not a poisonous frog, are you? If I picked you up and held you, you wouldn't poison me, would you?
Oh, no, of course not. The other flies and dragonflies look even more alarmed now that it's a frog. And they're like, "Oh, you know what? I show you my true form instead. And don't be alarmed. It's even more dangerous than a frog. And this time it finally hops down onto the ground, and you see a spiny little protrusion of horns and claws and a little spiked tail appear as a devilish little imp-like creature appears.
Oh my goodness.
And it
You
sits there
are
squat.
so cute. Oh,
Cute?
yes.
That's not the normal response.
Oh, I don't know who wouldn't tell you that. Look at the little horns and the big eyes.
Oh, goodness me, please. I've not had this much flattery. Ever.
Would you like to come meet my friends? Because I am 100% sure they would love to meet you, especially if you're hiding from the League of Malevolence. Because the friend of the what is it? The friend of my friend is
Hmm.
my enemy? No, that's not right. Good heavens. What is that saying? The enemy of my enemy is also my friend?
I believe it's the friend of my enemy is also my friend. I mean, nope, the enemy of my
Sounds
enemy
like,
is my friend. There we
yeah.
go.
I mean,
You know what? Let's meet these friends of yours.
do you
I'm
mind if I
intrigued.
do you mind if I pick you up, or would you be offended by that?
I'm much more comfortable hopping onto your shoulder.
Well, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna put Samantha back in my backpack because she likes to ride looking out. Also, it's nice to have somebody watching my back. And you can hop up on my shoulder and we'll go back out to Beanstalk and ask Beanstalk to take us down to my friends.
Okay, we do so, and we're finally all together at this point. Sorry for the long wait, Faulkner. I'll place you all in this room. And I'm also going to say that this little creature vanishes as soon as they land on your shoulder. You can't see them, but you can feel that they are definitely there.
Hey guys, I know y'all are going to think I'm absolutely insane, but there's a little creature riding on my shoulder. Very scared. It's very scared. It hates League of Malevolence. Um, it was first an owl, and then a frog, and then a little bitty person with big eyes and big horns, and it's got pretty green skin, and I convinced it to come down and meet everybody.
Well,
Did you tell it that? Did you tell it that we killed the League of Malevolence? Because that's like our calling
Yes,
card now. Hello, my name is
yes.
Xaxx. We killed the League of Malevolence.
Hello,
I mean, it's oddly effective.
hello, I'm
Greetings.
and I also helped kill the League of Malevolence.
Greetings, one and all.
Hi, Faulkner.
Are you
Cirrus.
are you the one that Rodolfo? Is this the one you saw in your dreams?
Is it? The name Cirrus really sounds familiar, more than just from
Well,
the hut.
in the book, the very first name in the book was like 3 names in a row, and one of them was Cirrus.
It was Ygritte with parentheses, Black Comet,
Yeah, Black Comet.
Cirrus.
Is this Black Comet, Rodolfo?
Isn't Black Comet? Didn't we already meet Black Comet?
No.
No. Did we? I didn't.
No.
Are you Black Comet?
It suddenly appears on Tanwen's shoulder. You see its quasit-like form, and it says, "In this form, you can call me Black Comet. You are aware of me. My reputation precedes itself."
Yes,
Wow.
one of my friends here saw you in some visions they had.
Ah,
We're
a visionary. Prophecy,
which would
divination.
mean you're a friend of Sibylna's?
Not just any friend. I'm very familiar, you could say, with Sibylna.
Yes, well, if it helps, we're here to rescue them before the hags come in and kill us all, because the hags are outside.
But yeah, we need.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We need the cauldron, and we need her real name.
Yeah, we've got
I'm
Igwil.
sure if
Go on, Xaxx.
it's not that one. We've got a couple names, but it's not.
Wait.
We need her true name, and we need
Yeah.
the cauldron, which you probably know since you're so familiar with them.
Yes. Do you happen to know the name? Save us some time.
Well, as you mentioned the hags, it goes invisible again. It says, well, before I get onto that, I must ask, this Rodolfo, was it? What did you
Hello.
see in these visions?
You know, we saw. I'm not sure what we saw. If it was truth, if it was memories or deeper truth, but it was Zybilna as she imagined herself is how I see it.
Memories or
Memories
thoughts?
and over memories. You know, the way that you change your memory to suit yourself, like that.
Like a disguise. Yes, I'm very
Something
much
like
familiar
that.
with that. And you see him appear and transform into a frog again. Well, I suppose then you're closer to finding the name than you know. For within those memories, perhaps the last one, you may uncover.
Of course.
I
Every time in the
am...
memories I have come close to the name, it has disappeared. It has been. We have been shaken
yes.
out.
An archfae's name is most elusive, for good reason. They could be used against them. And I am under such... I'm under sort of a compulsion to not tell anyone her name.
Okay, I've got a better question for you then. You've known.
If I was captured, you know, I could have had that answer pried from me.
Do you know a way to deal with the Jabbawake?
I know of a few ways. Yes.
Hang on, Tarquin, just one sec. If you can't tell us her name by saying it out loud, can you write it down for us? Because that is not telling us out loud what her name is.
I'm afraid Zybilna definitely accounted for that little loophole. She's not stupid.
No, I'm sorry. I did not mean to imply that she was. Okay, Tarquin, I'm sorry. Go back to your question.
You just gave me an idea. You can't say it, you can't write it, you obviously can't, like, sign language it. What about via telepathy? Can you think it?
I can... I suppose, but you wouldn't be able to hear it unless you could read my mind.
I have someone...
can do that.
Yeah, someone here can connect to your mind. Would that work?
Thinking doesn't necessarily equate to mind reading. Telepathy, I know what you're getting at, but straight telepathy is still a communication.
Okay.
I would need to communicate the name in order to hear it through telepathy.
So you can't communicate the name in any fashion, is basically what you're saying.
Let us not go round in circles. I see that you have many of the gemstones already.
Yes, we think we know where the last one is, thanks to my good friend.
Thinnings. It's been a while.
Yeah, Thinnings.
I hope you've been avoiding danger as well. Yes, as much as I can. I think the last stretches along the river. I could hear it snorting and crying in its cradle.
Yeah.
Well, there you go then.
What?
You may have... I may not be able to tell you, but we can at least lead you to it.
Yes. Whilst we're on the way, are you able to tell us any ways to deal with the Jabbawake? Preferably ones which don't involve fighting it.
The Jabbawake is a fearsome beast. Terrifying. Awe-inspiring. It demands respect.
I fought it once before, and it was a tough one.
Here, however, it's made itself its lair. And being close to Zybilna's, it almost exudes an extra sort of fortification of power. It is far stronger here than it is on the outside. But there is one other creature that also demands as much respect, and is equally as fearsome in the skies.
Bloody Beak?
Bingo.
That's unfortunate. Wait, we just need the true name of something. Do you know Bloody Beak's true name?
That is Bloody Beak's true name. They did not have a name until Zybilna gave them one. Therefore, Bloody Beak is their true name.
Okay. That's good work. I'm going to assume we're doing this as we're sailing down. I don't know if all of us will fit in the boat.
You could probably do a couple of trips.
Yeah.
There is one other thing that is known to be able to strike a nerve with the Jabbawake. In the same way the beanstalk fears its bane, the woodcutter's axe, there exists a weapon with mystical power that can slay the Jabbawake.
Is it in the palace?
It is.
Is it in the room with all the weapons?
That is but a museum of replicas.
Ah.
Is it in the Nightingale room? And
They
also,
wish they were real weapons. But it is, as you put it, in the Nightingale room.
so
if we can get this last name, we can get that, and that will... What is this weapon?
It is known as Snicker Snack.
Oh.
That
Cool name.
That name has come up before, hasn't it?
Never.
Do you know who would like that? Xaxx. He likes snacks.
Yes. I feel this... What sort of weapon is it?
It is a fickle weapon. It only abides its wielder if they exude an air of confidence, an air of heroism, and charisma. Oh yes, the sword is picky.
Oh.
Wielded only by those with a commanding presence and... Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 20, how charismatic do they need to be?
They look across the room. You look like you're quite standoutish. And they point towards Rodolfo.
Yep.
Me?
Yeah, because you've got the highest charisma of the party.
Yes. Yes, you. Are you not the ones who saw the vision? Are you not the oldest here? Sean, you don't count. You're no hero.
I suppose. I am the one who saw the visions, yes.
And
I hate to admit it, but there's a certain fiery, fiendish nature about you that not even I dare to question.
Oh, that's very flattering. Well,
Can
what
you-
is it that you need me to do?
Well,
Maybe you can convince the sword to allow it to be wielded. Snickersnack doesn't just let any old farmer's son wield it. It demands a charismatic hero to be grasped by its hilt.
Oh my.
Don't sell yourself short, Rodolfo. You'd look awesome with a cool ass sword.
and then you would be the bane of two things: plants and Jabbawakes.
Blasting with one hand, sword in the other.
I see it. Yes. Let it ignite your presence. Let it spark that inner fire I see hidden away.
The what? The what now? The who's? Oh my.
Actually, keep that fire away from me. I'm a demon. Anyway, this door is opening.
Before we head on, just so I'm aware, can the Jabbawake be charmed? Do you think? Do you know?
Charm. No.
You know, no.
The Jabberwock is immune to any such enchantments. Not even Zybirna dare cast a charm on her. On it.
Good to know. What a waste of a preparation.
I'm sorry, but Jabberwock is an unusual creature. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to live in its. It seems to live in its own rules of existence. No one knows where it came from.
Okay.
It's almost like someone made it up, and then thus it became.
Goddamn
But
spy.
anyway, we could talk about that a lot. But for now, this door seems to be opening. The little boat drifts along, and to the right, you see a door swing wide open, and inside is a room containing 8 wooden mannequins in tall glass cases, and each mannequin wears a different outfit. And well, I've got some art for it. They are beautifully stitched together. They sport a variety of different colors, and they seem to be kind of depicting a very witchy look, especially in the center. It's definitely that kind of witch's hat. And the one on the right, it's kind of much more grandiose. It's got that symmetrical, imposing figure. And it almost looks like they're wearing a crown in that one. Whereas the ones on the beginning seem to look much more humble, like a simple dress with Russian sort of design work.
Probably
Little tassels.
Probably not a good idea to start messing about with stuff that could attack us if we break it open by accident.
I agree, but Samantha says that it looks like it'd be fun to play dress up.
Maybe afterwards we can get one of these for
Yes.
Samantha to sit in.
Nothing will attack you in this room.
Really? We got attacked by smoke monsters before,
Yes.
and they were rough.
There's no smoke monsters in here, I
Oh.
assure you.
That actually reminds me, speaking of monsters, Black Comet or Thinnings, are you aware of some Lamias that are in the palace at the moment? They're in what we assume to be Zybirna's bedroom.
Lamias, I'm not aware of those. And they definitely didn't come in through the front door.
They seem...
I've been keeping a sharp eye on who comes and who goes, and I never saw any Lamias.
They seem to be looking for Zybirna, but they weren't sure if Zybirna was the one they were looking for, but they suspected they were. And they...
Lamias.
And they, when I spoke to them, they seemed to... there was a wizard in one of the visions that Rodolfo had of a wizard, Zygic, I think it was. And they seemed to latch on.
Zygic.
Yeah, they seemed to latch onto that name as when I suggested as their master, but I don't think they were telling the truth.
That doesn't seem to line up. Zygic doesn't command Lamias.
And this
Whatever
is...
Lamias are doing here, it's probably bad news. Lamias are tricksy creatures. You say they didn't. You say they didn't come in through the door things. No. That's peculiar. How did they get in the palace then?
Is it possible that they were summoned here by someone or teleported in? Is that possible?
Teleported? Lamias don't possess powers of teleportation.
But could someone have teleported them rather than...
So at that point, he's going to roll an intelligence check. Actually, I'm just going to make this a flat roll.
I'll give him guidance.
Ah, might not help.
No, actually, I won't.
I'm unsure, but that does seem like the only plausible explanation, that somehow they got teleported in here.
Okay, the other thing,
By
Finninge.
who, for what reason, I'm not sure.
Finninge, you're aware of all the guests that come and go, right?
Yes.
We heard that there was a wizard here at one point. Not Kelek, but another wizard. Do you know who that was? They were meeting with Sibilna, I believe, and I think Kelek wanted their staff.
Yes. It is the guests that arrived the moment that the spell took form. The hags had tricked Sibilna. I can tell you about the whole ordeal, but I myself wasn't here during it. I was off on an errand. But I believe she had some guests scheduled. One of them was a powerful wizard. Though I'm afraid I don't know of their name.
Okay.
I'm afraid, as I say, I was not here when they arrived.
Okay, there's one other thing that I feel would be good to ask whilst we're sailing.
Actually, in addition to that, I don't actually think she was expecting these guests. They sort of turned up unannounced. They were not invited to the palace.
I wasn't planning to step off in that room. As much as the dresses would be nice to look at, I suppose, and the outfits, but unless Rodolfo points out like they're uber magically powerful or something, it seems like
Rodolfo doesn't see any magic over them.
Does the name, not necessarily the thing, the name Time mean anything? As like a person?
Time?
Because based on some conversations and readings we've had, it almost seems like the hags might work with or being trained by someone called Time or have some connection with Time.
The hags. Time, the hags. Well, I could tell you a few stories from when I used to live inside Baba Yaga's hut.
Honestly, seems like a dangerous but yet interesting place to visit.
There was a wizard who had immense power over time and space. He was the one, they called him the architect. His name was Terig.
Would the hags have potentially been trained by him? Is that possible?
Terig was charged with designing the hut and making sure that its existence in space and time did not become unstable. But he wasn't in charge of training hags.
Okay. I mean, because if he was Master of Time, then taking the name Hourglass Coven would make sense with, the whole, time thing, but...
It's possible that they learnt from him after I left. I, myself, never had dealings with the Hourglass Coven that much. Well, we left the Baba Yaga's hut some time ago. It's possible that in that time they may have learned a thing or two from him, but I never witnessed it. The next door, as you drift on down through here, is first of all, the stench of this room is unbelievable. Filling your nostrils with detritus and rot. And you can see the floor of this marble hall is littered with maggots as well. And they seem to be crawling around aimlessly.
Rodolfo?
Flies are buzzing around in the chamber as well. You can all be on that boat, by the way, it's fine.
Rodolfo? Hello?
You muted?
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Sorry, I'm here.
I think this one's for you. Guide
Okay.
yourself. Don't forget to guide yourself.
Right. Do I see? What do I see?
You should be on the boat.
Okay.
Drag yourself down onto the boat.
I don't know. Sorry, I was preoccupied with something.
Well, I'm dropping quite a lot of lore bombs here.
Yes.
Okay.
You just learned that Terrig
Yes.
is
Wow.
potentially
I
involved.
recognize the name Tarek.
Yeah.
Don't love it. But okay.
That
So
was awesome.
he was also tricky.
He was awesome.
And he was also a neutral party that refused to help or hinder you.
Yeah. He
He's
could have
great.
helped us a lot more than he did. He didn't.
Correct.
Not,
So this
not every
grimy marble floor is crawling with maggots, and you can see 8 wicker cradles standing upright in the filth.
Yep.
Lashed to each cradle is a 3-foot-long curved wooden pole with a mobile consisting of 3 ornaments dangling at the top of it. Each ornament seems to have a triangular piece of white wood with an elvish letter carved in it. You can speak elvish?
No, I do not.
No? Okay.
No.
So someone will have to assist in the translation.
Okay.
But you... Okay, so you can see each one. But yeah, other than that though, there is a small misshapen creature nestled in one of the cradles. It seems to be reaching towards the symbol with its claws, but can't quite grab onto it.
Ugh. It's a baby? It's like... I really don't want to step on the maggots. Okay, I'm gonna kind of tiptoe my way over and try and avoid stepping on the maggots. Go.
Yeah. You can sort
Hello,
of brush them
little...
aside.
Ugh, with the side of my boot, yeah. Hello, little Dretch. How are you? Are you... Can you speak? I'm
It's,
Rodolfo. I come from your siblings.
It lets out like a whining sound as it's trying to reach to the letters. But as you're standing over it, you can now also see that embedded inside of its chest is
Mhm.
also the very last gem that you've been seeking.
Okay, I want to cast, I'm gonna bend down the mobile so that the creature can touch whatever it's reaching for.
Okay.
And as soon as its hands are occupied, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try and steal the gem.
Okay, yeah. It reaches up, and Falconer behind you can see there's the letter A. And it grabs onto it, and you hear the kind of like gurgling chuckle as it plays with the triangular symbol. And yeah, you could reach down and grab it, the jewel, if you want, pluck it from
Yeah.
its belly.
I'm gonna do that. Since I'm guessing it's not. Usually I can't communicate. Usually I would just ask them, but I don't think it's gonna work in this case.
You pluck the gem from its stomach, and it is. What color is this one? I'll have to find it. But it is the last one that you've been seeking this whole time. And it matches the coffer, the only coffer that's empty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's... No, you know what? I can't even find the color. Doesn't matter. It's of a color. But yeah. If you wanted to, you could place it into the coffer straight away, or you can access its vision with a side of fairy tale.
Before I do that, I want to comprehend languages and look at the symbols that are in Elvish above the cradles.
Does that take a spell? Because I could just tell you what they are.
Oh, okay. It's an action, but it's an at will, so I don't need a spell for it.
Nope. Okay then.
All
Perfect. Right. In that case, you can see the letters are kind of a jumble of them. The one that he's playing with, this little strange creature, is A.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the other letters. Oops. Try and put that in common for you. I mean, actually, you can probably read it in Abyssal.
ABILNY and Z. Sibyl seems pretty clearly. I'm gonna say Zybilna to the creature and see if it recognizes it. If it reacts at all.
It does kind of like let out an
Zybil-
alerted snort as it looks up at you.
Zybilna? Hello? Are you? You're almost kind of cute. I'll. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep shaking the mobile in front of it and see if I can just distract it with stuff.
It
Take
seems.
one.
I usually
It
say
definitely
go off on
seems
your own.
amply distracted.
Take him with
And
us.
who is looking with after you? I can't leave a baby on its own.
Yeah, take him with us.
Okay.
You can see there are 7 other cradles lined out
Yeah.
in this room.
So why did your siblings grow up and you did not? Hmm?
The funny
You
thing
are-
is, it does look as big as the others, but it's almost
Oh,
taken
really?
on this strange. Yeah, it is. It's just
Oh.
taken on this strange baby-like moniker
Well.
when it's sat inside the cradle. Yeah, and I will say that with your sight, you can detect magic over the cradles, and
Okay.
it is of likely an enchantment.
Yeah. So I'm guessing if I pull it out of the cradle, it will revert to its normal self, or to a grown-up self.
It definitely seems like it is laying down within that aura of enchantment magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm gonna hold my hands out to it and try and pull it to its feet.
Okay. Sure.
Go
Yeah,
pull
you
it
can
out.
you pull it out, and immediately it kind of like swats your hand away, and it kind of like frowns in your direction, and it seems
hello.
like, and suddenly it's like cute. What's the word? Gurgling turns to more of like irritated snorting and pouting.
I've come from your siblings. They are in the garden. If you want to go find them. Do you know it's?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was gonna try and aid by giving some like nuts and berries that I have.
You understand it now with comprehend languages.
Mm-hmm.
So it does say like siblings. What? Where are they? They should be sleeping. They shouldn't have left their cradles.
They are all wandering about, looking for each other. I think perhaps they are lost. Perhaps they need you to bring them back.
Typical. So annoying. They should have just stayed where they're supposed to be.
I agree. Siblings are the worst, but we get what we get. So, okay,
Right.
good luck.
I'll go get them.
And
you see it hop onto the boat. Turn this thing around.
Oh, wait, we need to get down there too. We'll come with you.
Yeah, it's easy enough to ferry them back.
Yeah, I got the gem. Yeah.
Oh, you got it. I keep missing that every time you get one. I'm like, did you get it?
I know. I'll wait until I'm back with everyone else to do the vision.
Okay, you are.
Vision.
Yeah, you could do it on the boat if you like.
Boat vision.
On the way to the library if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is the last one, right?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Name time. Name time.
Name time.
So feel free to drag your token and follow the boat around the corner.
The issue is, how do we get everyone back to the main tower to do the thing? Because we're at wild shapes.
And there is a song I had with this. It's a nice little casual sailing song. Hey, trying to open my doors.
Oh, sorry.
I said on the way to that we'll do the vision. We got ahead of the boat.
I got a bit excited.
Which, if you want, you can try and swim in this.
Well,
no,
I
thank
mean,
you.
Tarquin could just run on it. I can run on it now. And just kick
could
off
you
the
now?
I could try.
Rodolfo
but I'm not
will
going
try
to.
dangling his feet in to try and wash off some of the maggots.
Oh
'cause-
God, yeah. Don't
yeah.
blame me.
Ugh.
Okay. In that case, the as you're dangling your legs into the water there. 1 second, let me check.
Oh.
Yeah, this isn't great. Ygritte, I mean, Black Comet says, "Oh, wouldn't do that if I were you."
Oh no. Okay.
Uh,
You say
you see
I immediately
ghost-like
pull my legs out.
reflections. There's these
Uh-huh.
ghost-like reflections in the water, and as you're like peering into it, you see these thin, pale faces staring back, dark monsters swimming past, and glimpses of distant realms. And as you go to rinse the maggots off, it's almost like the maggot itself accidentally falls in, and you see all of the images reach up, and a mesmerizing array of claws grab onto it and pull it beneath the surface, and
Yeah.
yet none of them seem to even break the surface. Like none of them let any ripples or displacing of the water. It's just almost like there's ghosts within the water itself, not
I-
touching it.
I instantly imagined like the end of Hercules or the end of Scooby Doo. With the pool.
It's
The
yeah,
pool.
it is kind of
Yeah.
creepy like that. Yeah, for sure.
Pools of
Uh,
froze.
So you can try walking along them if you want, Tarquin, but Ygritte does not suggest
I just
it.
sort of look at that and I'm just like, I mean, I could still run along the walls and like bounce off this wall onto that wall, but no, I'm just gonna sit in the boat. But also,
That-
Tarquin is just sort of like, and this is why I hate water. 'Cause
Yeah, this is
Tarquin
your
can't
worst fear.
swim. Tarquin can't swim. So he's
Not
just
only
like,
is it that,
he's just like,
this is what this is what you see all the time, no matter what the water. You just have this unbreakable fear that something will drag you under and suffocate you. Well,
yeah, I mean,
that's exactly.
I've almost already drowned once in this campaign.
Yeah, you have. And that's exactly what this is intended to do. Ygritte says, yeah, Zybilna didn't want her library just unguarded. She made sure that if anyone wasn't being escorted along here, that, yeah, something would get him. Thankfully, we got Sean, and he's a librarian, so he knows what he's doing, right, Sean? Is this it? Okay, so you're reaching those doors, but let's do the last vision. Okay, just a quick question. Are you putting it into the coffer? Or are you gonna see the fairy tale?
I want to see the fairy tale first, and then the real version.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Yeah.
So, you hear once again a voice. Distant. Feminine. Once upon a time, in a primordial wood, there stood a sorceress with raven black hair. And you can see an older woman now. Tiny streaks of silver in her hair, shining in the moonlight. She stands within a circle of glowing mushrooms. And you can see the Jabbawake, that is much larger now, even larger than her at this point, watches her lovingly as it rests just outside the circle. The sorceress then gazes at the stars above, her thoughts as elusive as the shifting patterns of the constellations. This is what we are reduced to, my dear, she murmured to the baby Jabbawake. My mother warned me of the dangers of my hubris, and now I see that she was right. She plants her staff deep into the ground and kneels to touch the earth. But I refuse to cower behind mother's skirts, like a scared little girl. No. I am a sorceress, with power that surpasses all others. As if in response, the ground beneath begins to shake, and you feel it actually in your bones, Rodolfo, the pulse of magic rushing out from where the staff was planted. You almost lose your own footing in this vision, as the ground beneath her feet lifts the sorcerer high into the air as a grand palace takes shape around her. A massive monument of greenery explodes from the earth, its spires reaching up into the clouds, a testament to her immense power. You begin to hear the deep, ominous chime of a disembodied clock striking midnight. The baby Jabbawake chirped with glee. and then it speaks in this kind of reverberating tone. No one can match your power. You will always be the Queen of Hearts. The sorceress smiles, her raven black hair turning white as freshly fallen snow. Indeed, she agreed, accompanying a chuckle, low and powerful. No one can match my power. For you are right. I am no longer just a sorceress. I am Cinderella. I am Queen of Hearts. I am the fairy godmother. And she turns her gaze directly at you, her eyes seeming to pierce into the depths of your heart. And you kind of feel that recognition again, like she knows who you are, that you've been watching this whole time, and what your deepest heart's desire is. And she says, so, about that deal, we shook hands on it, if I recall.
Do you mean we've never met before? I mean, not in real life. Do you
And
see
yet,
me?
you see me, therefore I can see you. You're staring directly into my memories. Or at least a
Yes,
version of them.
a version of them indeed. I did not think that you knew I was here, that this was real. I was not sure what to make of it. You have
As
known
you stare
that I
into
was
my
here?
memories, I can stare into yours.
Ah,
And though this is a memory, simply talking back to you, your mind is vast and complex enough to be able to rationalize a conversation, filling in the blanks with what I might say in response.
then you will know, Cinderella, that it was not with you that I made any kind of deal.
Indeed. Perhaps if you reveal the final last vision, we'll get to know each other a little more on a personal note.
What do you want from me? We are here to help you.
It's not what I want from you, but what you want from me. I ask for nothing. But
You are just
I
a
see
figment
that
of my imagination at this point. What I imagine
maybe,
you would say.
indeed, but I can tell that you are seeking an escape from a certain deal that might turn sour.
Well, every business deal must have its ending. That is what I am seeking, no more, no less, no special favors.
And yet, clearly, this entity does not want to end this deal. They see potential in you, as do I. If you continue down that road, they will only want more from you. They will ask of you things that may question your morality. I have myself fallen victim to their deals, their tricks. They are not to be trusted. Demons and devils, they are not too dissimilar.
I knew when I made the deals that there would be some compromises of what I would be forced to do. But the deal was limited. In that I am sure. So if I give back the power, if I stop taking the power, there's nothing more they can ask of me.
Perhaps they won't come running after you, hunting you down. But if you give up all that power, what will you then be?
I would be a man, just a man again.
Hmm.
A man wiser, having learned, perhaps. This can all be undone. It is once you are restored, once I am back to where I am from, none of this needs to go any further than that.
If that is truly your wish, then I will not stop you from sailing on that path. But devils, demons, they don't normally accept no for an answer. Just be wary. And they are opportunistic. They may wait for the moment you are powerless. When you give back what you thought you owed, that is when they will strike.
I can be smart. I can make a deal with them. Not a deal. I can review the terms of the agreement beforehand. I know how they work. I know how they trap people. All I have to do is give them what they want, and not ask for more. And I believe it can be simple. Can be, Onswoggle is a dealer. He is a broker. He is a businessman like me. He has had something he wants. I have had what I want, and we should be able to just leave it there. We have made no promises beyond that.
That is both a blessing and a curse that he is just a businessman. For this common practice for devils to gain leverage over their subjects simply because it is just business. They see no wrong or morality in it. They're not held down by petty quandaries like that. They will do whatever they must to make ends meet. And I believe some devils have a certain quota that they need to fulfill. Hence why they will be under pressure to put you under similar pressure. It all tumbles down the hill. And you're at the bottom, I'm afraid. But if you need help, perhaps a pair of wings to fly you back up to the top, then my offer still stands.
Remind me what sort of offer is, because I do not recall having talked to you about this.
I'm afraid your imagination is limited beyond this point. You can only speculate as to what that is.
Of course, I could not.
But to gain the true answers, you would need to speak to the true me. And with that, the vision does begin to sort of melt away, I suppose.
Okay.
Ripples away. And if you placing the gem into the coffer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what the true version is.
Much like the telltale story you just witnessed, with a few minor differences. There is still her as a middle-aged woman at first, raven black hair, standing in a circle of glowing mushrooms, in the heart of a primordial wood. But instead of the Jabbawake, we see the Quasit sitting atop her staff, who she lovingly pets, and she looks wistful. This is what we are reduced to, Comet. Mother always said my arrogance would be my undoing. She stares up at the stars above, playing out their stories across the celestial expanse. Damn her for being right. How annoying. She plants her staff upright into the ground and kneels to touch the earth. But no enemy will reduce me to cowering behind Mummy's skirt, like a little girl. I am a queen, awesome and terrible in my power. And as if in answer, the ground begins to shake, the wave of magic rushing out from where she is touching. And you feel yourself lifted up as the palace of Heart's Desire rises beneath her feet. its spires reaching up into the clouds, the earth lifting as a moat adrift these clouds, completely weightless. The Quasit chirps with glee. No one can match your might, Lady Igwilf. No one. No. The woman says as she stands, her raven black hair turning white as freshly fallen snow. No one. But I am not just Igwilf. I am Natasha. She turns and stares directly at you, as if glimpsing into your heart. I am Zybilda. There's a flood of energy that just rushes around the palace, consuming these dark thoughts, these memories, these doubts, these fears of weakness are all compressed and pushed down, suppressed, like almost like she's bottling up her bad emotions, and they become sealed inside these little gems that she places inside these coffers. And each, as the actual coffers are placed and sealed shut, the tower builds themselves around the coffers. You see each turret of the central tower kind of form to represent that emotion that has been sealed away. Rage, annoyance, disgust, loathing, disdain, maliciousness, envy, jealousy. All of these emotions are sealed shut, and she is reborn as a new Archfey, Zybilna. And in this realm, you see it beginning to shape around her. She brings and breathes new life and happiness into a realm that she desires, a utopia that she could picture in her mind's eye becomes a realization as the Feywild bends to her will. You see thither, hither, and yon, as they once were, a beautiful landscape for denizens to thrive and have peace. And all of that is suddenly frozen in time. Almost as if the vision just stops, like someone's hit pause on a recorder and the vision just freezes.
That was the true version?
This is the true version, as you would picture it, yeah.
Okay. All right.
You probably feel Oh, go on. Sorry.
Oh no! As soon as I emerge from the vision, I will immediately share that with everyone else.
Yeah, you feel the bump of the boat kind of jostle you out of the vision as you arrive at the door.
So that's all the names. Which
Yeah.
Igrit nods.
You got it then, Rodolfo?
I think so.
Right.
Cool.
Then we might as well check out the library whilst we're here, and then I suppose we need to get to that central room to get Snick Snack so we can deal with the Jabbawake and free Zybilna.
Do we have to say the names in a particular order? Or do we just have to say all of them?
I think based on our last experience, we need to say them in the order that she took those names.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, clever. Igrit says, my mistress has many names. One's given, one's taken. One's bestowed upon her, and one she chose herself.
Yes.
Why is Baba Yaga there though?
She is the one who bestowed it. She is the name giver.
So that counts to the thing, to the door as well.
Every name follows a trail, almost like a family tree. A name doesn't suddenly come out of existence. A name is always given.
How come?
That's why there was almost a thing for Baba Yaga when we said Baba Yaga. She gave the name.
So it's not Zybilna's one of Zybilna's name. It's just that it was tangentially tied to her as the one who gave the names.
Yes.
So I don't think
Indeed.
I don't think
perhaps.
But then how come her sisters' names don't work?
because
Because her sisters
they
didn't give
one
give her
more
the
step
name.
removed.
Yeah.
They didn't
Mm.
give her the name, and Babiage gave them their names, or they took their names. Yeah, it's just one
Mm.
more step removed.
Interesting.
They
Let's
indeed have no bearing on blood relation. Sean opens up the door and steps inside. Must act quickly. Must gather as many books as possible before they burn. The mere presence of an archface such as Titania would scorch them to a crisp. And if it isn't even Titania, I only imagine the worst. And he goes from shelf to shelf, gathering them as quickly as possible.
Do you think there might be any books in here on strange dragons? Like, what was your dragon puppy, Xaxx?
Mine? Is
Yeah,
an amethyst dragon, like I am, like a purple one, like me.
yeah. And then your mother was a
Hamster.
I was gonna say that, but I stopped myself.
She's a moon shard? No. Amethyst? Moonstone dragon.
So maybe there's books on them here. Maybe they've met
Could be. We could take
Zidona,
a look at
Natasha. Yeah.
Yeah, I could take a look at when we get in there to see.
Okay.
Maybe she'll know where they were heading to. Maybe it was their heart's desire that she knows.
So if you're stepping off the boat and into the room, you see a dozen floating candles casting dim light, flickering over this sepulchral, windowless library. There are ebony bookshelves filled with volumes of jet black fabric. They are bound in what looks to be some sort of magical material. And Rodolfo, you can see that the fabric is giving off a sort of an illusion magic. The books have no titles on them, nothing on their spine, and as you can see Sean pulling books from the shelves, there doesn't seem to be any name on the front or back either. In the middle of the room, there is a black quill resting on a writing desk near a jar of black ink as well. But yeah, he's going around. He's hastily grabbing them all, but you're just sort of left standing there at the moment, wondering if there are any dragon books. But looking at them, you're not going to get very far. There's nothing named Dragon Book Volume 1. Nothing is named.
I could search for the object magically, or search for a object magically.
Yeah, if you knew what you're looking for.
I mean, can I pull a book off the shelf and see if it
Yep.
has words in it?
If you remove a book from the shelf, you can see the cover, like the spine has no title. And opening up, the pages are completely blank, apart from the very first page, which has a very thin line scribed, like almost like a blank. You know, like fill in the blank, but it's just that. It's just like a line.
You probably need to write something, a password into it to get it to unlock or something.
What if it's like you write what you want into it to know about, and then the page starts filling up with ink of what you.
Could.
So, like, if you put your parents' name in, maybe it'd start revealing all of the information known about them. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Is there an inkwell or something nearby?
Yeah, I mentioned the table with the inkwell and quill on it.
Okay, so I'll grab the quill, and on the line, I will write, Mazakoth.
Okay, roll a d20 for me. Nope. Well, I got that one out of the way. It doesn't seem as though anything happens. The ink just sort of drips off of the page, like it doesn't take to the parchment, just drips off and onto the floor.
No, doesn't seem like there's anything in here on.
Out of the way.
Which one was Mazakoff again?
What are you doing?
My dad.
That was the purple one. I will look for a book that might be the same color as the dragon we saw in the mirror vision.
Sure. None of the books have titles. They're all black.
And I'm
And
just looking. I'm going on. Oh, they're all black.
all completely bound in jet black fabric.
Ah, so none of them are color coded like they look in the thing. Okay.
Xaxx, Sean comes over to you and snatches the book out of your hands. What are you doing? Don't just write anything in there.
I thought it's like a writing. What happens if you write something in there?
This is the city that waits.
CD that waits?
Yes. It's about an explorer's treatise about Moyle. It's a demiplane that houses a city of haunted spires. Look, and he grabs the quill out of your hand and writes the title into the book. And suddenly is filled with pages about this demiplane.
So he can help us then.
Yeah.
Well, help you.
No shit, I'm the librarian.
Yeah, that's a good job. We write him a lot.
Is there a way that we can read what the title of the book is? So we don't.
Only my eyes are trained to see which books are which. Although you can see that Rodolfo is looking at the books as well, noticing there's an illusion magic. Rodolfo might also be able to sort of dispel the illusion or see through it, in fact. But
I'm guessing that a lot of these, a lot of the books are magical of some way. Like
yeah, but because you know they're magical, you can see the illusion on them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wanted to, you can roll like investigation check to see past the illusion and reveal the true name of the
yes,
book.
please. Investigation 19.
That's really good. Yeah. For you, seeing the illusion, it's like this translucent film, and you're sort of able to squint, and as you do, you can see the words on the spines clear as day. The Faceless Lord is the one book you're standing in front of.
Faceless Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And there's another one next to that saying, Kingdom of the Ghouls. The Many Masks of Myth. Nadir of Nessus. Prophecies of Explictica Defilus. Thingazard's Night Balloon. And I, Lysandred. There's a lot. These books sound like important, powerful tomes, whatever they are.
Is there anything that looks like it's being hidden away? Like anything that's tucked away behind something, behind a portrait, behind underneath a desk?
Yeah, as you're going to go around one by one, you're sort of trying to spy if there's anything out of the ordinary here.
Yeah.
There is one bookshelf with a space very clearly missing. And this is the one shelf that Sean hasn't got to yet. So you know that he hasn't just snatched it off before you got to it.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, why would he only take one book? He's trying to get everything he can. But yeah, there's clearly a missing space. And the books nearby, like either side of him, they seem to be very specific books on demonology.
Demonology. Oh, okay. That's maybe relevant to me. Are there any books that deal with sort of the minor demons?
There is.
Like a catalog of the minor demons, a who's who?
Yep, that's what you would expect to be here alongside it, because this is talking about the planes of the abyss. The book side of it, so it'd be like, it'd say something like abyssal layers documented 1 to 300, then 301 to 700, and then it kind of like trails off, and then you've got abyssal pacts, demonic pacts, and where you'd expect to see a catalog of just types of demons and devils. There is ones detailing like lesser devils and demons. That one's literally called that. But then next to that, that's where the gap is, where you see it should probably be greater demons or demon lords or archdevils. That's where you'd expect it to be.
Okay. Yep. I'm guessing just by the fact that that's the one that's missing, that's the one I want. But I'm gonna take the one of lesser demons and see if I can find mine in there. Just to find out if he's classified as a lesser or a major demon.
Okay, yeah, that's a
Because
good
he told
shout,
me
actually.
he told me he was minor. He told me he was unimportant, and that's so I'll double check that.
Okay, yeah, good shout. Because you can make with bargains with all kinds of demons, no
Oh,
matter
yeah.
their levels.
Rodolfo,
Mm-hmm.
the magical effect that you're aware of, is it in this room, or is it each individual specific book?
It's on
What?
each individual book, I think.
Because
Like,
I was wondering if maybe we dispel magic on like maybe a bookshelf full, or if it's like each individual book, then it wouldn't be worth it. But
do you have dispel magic?
I do. We're trying to find a
Oh,
dragon.
actually, so
dragon
do
book
I.
for
But I
Xaxx.
can't.
But we don't know where the dragon books would be.
Well, didn't we ask Sean to help
No,
us with that?
No, Sean's being a
Mm,
bit busy.
okay.
He's trying to get out of here.
Well, you could try and convince Sean if you want to slow him down.
I mean, we could do, I guess. Sean?
I'll take the book on demon things and I'll start looking around for dragon books.
Okay.
You're right. You're right. Pardon me. I
Yeah.
got lost in my own
No, it's okay. We're here for you as well.
selfishness.
If there's anything you want us to look for, we can help.
I will borrow this and I will bring it back once I have looked through. But in the meantime, yes,
Yeah.
we will look for.
Okay, cool. So write down you've got a book of lesser demons on your character sheet, so you can read that later. At this point, Faulkner, your pass without trace would also have run out, I'm afraid. 10 minutes, isn't it? Wait, it's a 10 minute. It's a 1 hour. Yeah, my bad. Okay, you're good. That's 10 minutes has been then. So, all right. Sean, he is hurriedly stacking these books as best he can and trying to carry them.
Hey, Sean?
What is it?
You know, because we got you to the library all safe without, being eaten by trolls, owls, dragons, and anything.
Yes. What is it?
Would you be able to help my friend here, Xaxx? He's looking for something specific.
He looks to you. We're not here to peruse. We're here to save books from incineration.
He'll save this book. Take it away, Xaxx.
Yeah, I'm looking for a book on a dragon named Mazakoth and or a dragon named Lirith and or a demigod named Eos. That's a new one, by the way. Eos? EOS.
You mean Eos?
Eos, that's the one, yeah.
Eos, yes. A forgotten, long dead god, I'm afraid. Not much remains intact of their worship.
Well, I remain intact.
He raises an eyebrow, inquisitively. Well, then you would know. Eos is fractured. The legend has it, she was once a powerful moon goddess.
Still a powerful moon goddess. Yes, okay, continue.
She had a sister known as Selena, also known in some circles as Selune, but they all roughly translate into the same meaning. She is a god of the moon as well, a goddess. Those two sisters had a father. He was known as Helios. Together they sort of formed a trinity of celestial gods, the sun and two moons. In other worlds, they would worship him as the All-Father, or Pelor, god of light. There's many translations. Yes, the great sun god Pelor, but in some circles he's known as Helios, especially if in reference to Eos. But one such tricky thing when you have a trinity is that there's always some element of imbalance. Power shifts between these celestial entities as they travel through the multiverse, orbiting different planes of existence. The firmament travels through many circles, but as they do, some wane in power whilst others rise. Selena did not like this. She was a jealous type. She often saw herself as the more one that was waning more so than her sisters. And as her jealousy grew, it turned to hatred and spite. She saw that only she was worthy of Helios's gift of light. The sisters, they were students in a way, but they each received a portion of power from the All-Father's light that shone and reflected from them. And Selune would often orbit the darker places of the world, where Helios's light did not always reach. So, as a way to change this, she plotted against her sister, waiting for the right moment, waiting for a perfect alignment. The prophecy goes that when Helios shone brightest was when Selene passed in front of Helios and formed a sort of eclipse, at least it would from our vantage. But Selene had a special property about her. And he has to flick through some book. He's not got all the information off the top of his head, but he leads you to the book, Xaxx, and finds it and flicks through it and actually shows diagrams and drawings of how the composite nature of Selena meant that light could only pass through them. Normally they just reflect light, but when they're at a particular angle, light could actually pass through Selena. Yes, here. Substance or mineral known as selenite is it's actually a fallen piece of Selena. Meteor showers often rain down on that moon, and fragments of it finally find their way down onto the earth, where they are picked up, but it has a strange property. Normally it is an opaque mineral, but at a certain angle light will pass directly through it. A reference that's like a fiber optic cable. It's very peculiar, and it actually exists in real life. But in any case, she waited for a perfect alignment when she was at her peak of power and when her sister was at her weakest. When she was in the presence of Helios, the light passed directly through her, magnified Helios's power into a brilliant beam that shone across the light. blistering heat struck Eos. The energy was overwhelming. And during this alignment, the power of Helios was turned from a force of good into a force of evil, and it shattered the moon. Thus, the legend of the betrayal of the moon goddess was born. As a result of this, Helios exiled Selena to the far reaches. Some say that Selena still grants her follower some semblance of power, but something about it has become twisted, warped, perhaps by her jealous and evil nature, or perhaps it has been touched or whispered by from distant entities that she has unfortunately drifted past. There exists many eldritch unknowns in our universe, in our multiverse. Perhaps something tainted her. Perhaps that is what drove her to jealousy in the first place. Some say now the moon provides a maddening power rather than a comforting one, like her sister. And thus, lycanthropes, legends surrounding lunacy, they all sprung as a result of this. Some still believe there is perhaps good in Selena, but others believe the moon is a force of evil in some parts. I guess it has a dual nature, duality to it, but in any case, after that, Eos's remains were scattered amongst the world, its fragments raining down as moonstone comet. No one has attempted to retrieve all of them, but you're looking at me funny. What is this? I'm striking a nerve or something?
Well, we found some of these, and I'm planning to do that. I've met Eos. She provides me with my power, so I will
You are
restore.
perhaps one of the last.
Perhaps. She's off fighting vampires right now, so.
Is that so?
Oh,
Yes.
well, if we get the festival and we get back, maybe we could teach some people about Eos as part of the festival.
We could?
Because then there'd be more followers, and then she won't dwindle. You could be like a professional speaker there. That would be fun.
Yeah, I could be the moon dragon incorporated, something or other. Speaker for hire, professional motivation speaker.
Yes. We'll make sure that she doesn't get forgotten.
I have burnt too much time regaling laws and legends. I need to get a move on. Is there anything else I can help, or is that all?
Was there any books on those other two dragons that I mentioned?
Mazakoth. If they're of ancient status, then perhaps I will have something on them. But if they are anything less, then it's unlikely to be documented. I will have a look.
Take a look? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Tarquin's probably just sort of darts about picking up books and just sort of balancing them over to them. Because he doesn't have anything else to do at this point.
What about, like, when we're gonna save Zybelna, is it literally just we say her name, boop her on the nose with the unicorn horn, and
Her true name. It's going to be her true
her
name.
true name, obviously,
I guess.
and then there you go? Or is there like some sort of ritual? Do we have to spin 3
Well,
times,
we need we need
do
we need to
jumping
use the
jacks.
cauldron, right? We need to use the
Yeah.
cauldron for it, right?
So how
Yeah.
does
How
it
does
work?
the cauldron
Do
fit
we,
into it?
stuff
We
her
don't
in?
know what use the cauldron has yet. I
Yeah.
don't think.
I believe, based on all that we've heard or read, I think the cauldron is the source of the magic.
Yeah, but how do we use the cauldron? Do we?
I think the unicorn
what I'm
horn
saying.
and the name might just be what we need.
Because it would suck if we put the unicorn horn in the cauldron, said her name, and nothing happened.
Well,
'Cause
why don't we could go try it now.
we could.
Well,
I mean,
considering the
yes.
Jabbawakes there, probably we want to grab the Snicker snack first, and then, which is in that Nightingale room. So
Okay, well, let's go get the Snicker snack, and then let's go
actually,
try because we got an army of Summer Court bearing down on us, and 3 hags.
yeah, let's start going.
Maybe in the building right now. Like we gotta move.
Yeah. As
Just quickly before you go, what is it exactly this Mazakoth is importance to you?
He's my father.
I see. He looks you up and down for a moment.
Why has he
Doesn't
done
say
something
anything,
to you?
No, I have no idea who this Mazakoth is, but like I say, if he was of ancient status, I might know. But if he is not, then perhaps he is simply an adult.
He's pretty cool. But
Why
maybe
is
he
that?
Eluded you. Because I know. He's off like trying to find some like dark star thing.
Dark Star?
Yeah.
You don't perhaps mean
Black Star.
the Ebon Star?
Yeah, the Ebon Star. The black star on the edge of the night. That's what he's going to look for.
You see the little spider, its little mandibles tingle forward as you mention this. Yes. That is a very peculiar myth.
You know it?
No one knows it, but there are rumors, speculation surrounding it. I believe Sir Bilna has some.
What are the speculations?
He looks around at the library and rushes off to find it. Where is it? He tries to find it, but he looks around for a little while longer before you see Grey, the spider, kind of like crawling up towards you, Xaxx, and points towards your book.
My book.
It seems Grey is suggesting you already have the answers you seek, perhaps hidden within this tome.
Oh, well.
Spiders have a knack for telling where the stories are hidden.
Well, Faulkner and Company are reading it to me, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps the Ebon Star will be detailed in that. When you finish the book, I will give you the information surrounding it.
As Sean was wandering around, did they notice the missing space on the shelf where the book on great demons would be?
They did, yes. That is peculiar. One of you didn't steal the Demonomicon, did you?
No, but I kind of wish it was here so I could. But I wouldn't obviously steal it. I'd just ask to borrow it. But
No, I don't. What's a Demonomicon?
It is written.
Naming demons.
List
It
of
was written.
demons. There was one
Yes.
missing. I noticed. Perhaps 2 missing.
He looks carefully at the bookcase. Someone came in here. Someone took it.
We didn't. We would have. We couldn't have read it.
Well, I have this one that I was taking out to read, but there was one missing beside it. He'll show him the book and he'll put it on a shelf to show that there's an empty space right beside it. See?
Yeah, he does, and says, "This is not good. That tome is more than just reading material. It is a
What?
powerful tome, not just detailing archdevils and demon lords, but it also contains a listing of their true names."
Oh, that's not
That'd be
good.
useful.
Oh.
That'd be good,
It
but
would.
but if we had it, but if someone else has it, that's bad.
Who else had? Who else would come to this library? Would the League of Malevolence have?
Oh, they didn't have
Did they
it
have
on-
any?
They didn't have
Yeah,
anything with them, but
What if it was Jamey? And that's why she wanted rid of the League.
It could have been Charmaine. That does seem her sort of thing. Sneak in here. Thinnings was we know her by the name Charmaine. I believe she was a fellow person under Baba Yaga. Has she come here recently and perhaps taken the book?
Skylar's name is in the book of guests, yes.
Gala.
I noted it, yes. But if you're wondering where she is, unfortunately, she is able to go invisible.
Yes.
I tried to keep my tabs on her. She was able to fly away. Seemingly, she likes to go unseen, which can only mean bad things, because that means they're hiding something.
Right, well, Sean, I guess, unless there's anything else anyone needs, we'll leave you to your book gathering. We've got other things to do to potentially stop the summer court and the hags and everything else going to shit.
Glister and Gleam remind you, didn't those Lamias also want a book as proof that it was penned by the one they thought they were?
Is the Demonon the book that's missing? Was that
all of these ones are published by Igwilf. And they did mention if they can get a copy of the Faceless Lord,
which is here.
then they would. It is.
I don't want to take them anything, but we could potentially just tell. Yeah, but I'm also worried because they were sketchy about who they were working for. Sean, who or what is the Faceless Lord?
I dare not speak about the Faceless Lord.
So giving someone that book would probably be a bad thing, right? There couldn't be anything.
Not give anyone that book.
Yeah.
Do not even read that book. For the more you know of the Faceless Lord, the more you wish you did not.
Right.
Yeah, let's not give them that book. We can tell them that that book was in the library, and that's all the information they're getting.
Thinnings also was the other option. If you had the butler, tell them.
Thinnings, would you like to go see these Lamias that force their way in without you knowing?
That is so strange. I do need to keep tabs on who comes and goes, and if they got in here without using the locks, then we have a security breach.
Right. Okay, so I'm thinking go get Snick Snack. Go give the Lamias take Thinnings to the Lamias. Deal with the Jabbawake, free Zybilna, and go from there.
Well, I think a way of dealing with the Jabbawake is if I can get a front-facing window towards the garden, because that's where they were. Claw, where was the hags?
The hags, they flew over.
They flew over, so they're not. Do you know which direction they'd be?
Well, they flew over the castle walls, so I don't know where they would be anymore. They flew up and then down, so they could be anywhere.
It could be somewhere in the castle middle area, floating about.
Yes, that's
Which means when
Oh.
you go to get the sword, they could be about.
yes. Igret, you're familiar
Oh.
with
Oh, oh, oh. Don't say my name out loud like that. It's Black Comet.
Black Comet, sorry.
Damn it. Now Rodolfo can summon me at any point.
Really? Can I summon you at any point?
I'm not a warlock. Shush.
Right, Black Comet,
Unless you
you're
have, actually, to the lie, unless you have Find Familiar and you take a level and pack to the chain, whatever.
right. Black Comet,
yeah.
you're aware of most of the goings on here from like a magical perspective. You've been with, say, Bilner a long time, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you know how the Cauldron's time freezing magic works?
I was wondering when he was going to get on to asking about that. Of course I do.
Okay, is it just a matter of booping someone with a unicorn horn saying their true name? Is that enough, or do we need something else?
Well, I love how you belittled it down to just booping, but a magical unicorn horn bestowing upon someone's true name. I mean,
Please
it's a
don't
big
say
deal, all right? It's a big deal, and just that boop is an immense amount of magic being passed through the spiraling horn.
Okay.
It is a boop, all right.
It is a boop. It is.
It's not something.
Yes,
like
yes,
bullet
it's a
all
boop.
the time.
All right, it's a boop.
And would we need, if we wanted to free multiple things, would we need more than one unicorn horn? Will we have to wait a time to reuse it, or
That would be a lot of unicorns we'd have to kill. I mean, acquire. So, no, it's just a
One-time
one
use.
horn. Not a one-time use.
See,
Okay.
I knew it.
But can you use it
Go
more
crazy.
than one? Okay, we can use it as many times as we like.
So long as you know their true name, have at it.
Right.
So we just group everybody and say
touch
their
them,
name, and then we're good to go.
Oh, one at a time.
So what's the purpose of the cauldron then?
wait,
Sorry,
if we
okay.
touch them and we don't know
no,
their
it's okay.
true name, what happens?
There's a lot of questions. I'll start with one at a time. So, what's the point of the cauldron? All right. The cauldron is what froze everyone in this palace. The coven of hags. They used it against Zybilna.
Okay, so we don't need the cauldron to reverse it. That's just
Uh-huh.
been and gone.
Right.
Or can we use? Sorry, no.
Well, there is another way. You can destroy the cauldron.
Oh.
That would get rid of all the time stuff.
But considering how powerful that cauldron is, I'm imagining it needs some amazing magical power to destroy it.
No. Zybilna created a weakness. She wanted to make sure that it wasn't just completely indestructible in the event it was used against her.
Okay.
Because she wouldn't normally approve of killing a unicorn to get its horn, but that is a way. So she built an inbuilt kind of weakness. He looks around a moment or two. Any of you have a Frostbrand weapon?
A what?
Oh,
No.
We have a Frostbrand.
We have a. I can coat my weapon in. No, wait, no, I
No.
can't do that one yet.
Needs to be a Frostbrand.
No.
Or-
I don't believe so.
Would a flame tongue weapon work?
A flame tongue? Where did you get a flame tongue from?
Well, I assume that would be what the equivalent is. We got it off of Warduke. He had a sword that could set on fire, which I assume would be similar.
Oh. Yeah. That's a flame tongue, all right. That might just work.
Cool.
Okay.
Only one problem with that is you will be destroying an artifact of an immense amount of power that Zybilna uses for good.
Ah.
So
maybe-
it would be a last resort.
Yeah, so maybe just Zybilna boop.
Or if we want something to potentially, again, Black Comet. Bloody Beak. How does Bloody Beak feel about the hags, the Hourglass Coven? Like, would it attack them?
I don't think they've ever been. There's no like history behind Bloody Beak and the Hourglass Coven.
Right.
But the Hourglass Coven was supposed to be Zybilna's allies. They worked
Yeah.
with them. That's why they were allowed into the palace.
Right.
But then they betrayed her. So Bloody Beak doesn't have a bad relationship with the Hourglass Coven. But they do have one with the Jabbawake.
Yeah. So if we can get the Jabbawake to attack them. Right.
No, the Jabbawake and the Bloody Beak I meant.
Oh, so releasing the Bloody Beak would cause a fight with the Jabbawake?
I don't know if it's just suddenly like Jabbawake versus Bloody Beak, go! It ain't gonna be easy. But Bloody Beak definitely wants to be Zybilna's favorite pet, and Jabbawake definitely wants to be in that place as well. So I guess it's tricky. I don't know.
I'm gonna ask the really stupid question: is there a way to communicate with the Jabbawake?
Jabbawake. No one's ever spoke to the Jabbawake.
Because I was thinking maybe we could try to set up a competition, like for Zybilna's favorite, who can defeat the most Hourglass Coven hags.
It's so funny that she just said that because you just had a vision where Zybilna was talking to the Jabbawake, but that was the fairy tale vision where it wasn't real and the Jabbawake spoke. But you know that is to be completely bogus. It's just it's a fairy tale. It's a myth. No one can speak to the Jabbawake. At least I haven't heard the Jabbawake speak. When it does, it's maddening. Murmurs just send you insane. So you wouldn't even want to talk to the Jabbawake.
Let's go get Snick and hope we don't run into any hags.
What about the other questions that people had?
All right.
So
let me just let me tell you the story of how the shitstorm went down, and maybe it'll answer a few things, and then we can have Q&A afterwards. Does that help?
Sure.
Sure. Why not? That's better than nothing. Yeah.
I'll try and be brief, but the Hourglass Coven. All right. So these hags, they're sort of bound to an aspect of time. One reflects the past, another reflects the present, and the third reflects the future. They're utterly wicked, distilled into corporeal form, driven by a lust for secrets that can be used to manipulate their prey. They are all daughters of Baba Yaga, and the three became wildly jealous of Igwilv, Baba Yaga's adopted daughter, as you now know. She surpassed them in power and carved out a Feywild domain for herself in the guise of the Archfey, as you now know, Zybilna. The hags wormed their way into Igwilv's good graces, biding their time until they could wrest the domain from their clutches. They waited till Igwilv was lured away on an important matter to imbue her cauldron, Igwilv's cauldron, and they gave it the ability to freeze time. When their sister returned, the hags used this power to trap Igwilv and her court in a temporal stasis. Have some art. This is how it all ended up. The hags carved up the Igwilv's domain, splitting it into three. The sisters couldn't agree on which of them should keep the cauldron, so they left it here in Igwilv's palace and hired some unscrupulous mercenaries to watch over it. The hags, of course, loathe each other's company, but one will occasionally visit to plot another of the third sister, creating a vicious circle in which Bavlorna and Endelyn plot against Skabatha. Then Endelyn and Skabatha conspire against Bavlorna, and Skabatha and Bavlorna bedevil Endelyn. Nothing much comes of these petty plots, however. It's just squabbling between sisters. But they had one issue. The Jabbawake. wasn't here in the palace when they pulled off this trap. And it's fiercely protective of Zybelna. So they couldn't just finish her off there and then. And even if they did, it would not be wise because Prismere is Zybelna's realm. They rely on Zybelna being alive in order to rule over it. So freezing them was the best solution, but the cauldron itself, it's also a little, I don't know, favorite place to sleep. Quite warm, so I suppose that's why the Jabberwock's taken a liking to it and sleeps on it day in, day out. And it usually goes off to hunt at some points, but then returns. Yeah. Zybelna would never have Bloody Beak and the Jabberwock in the same room. They were both vying for who was, I don't know, Zybelna's favorite. And in the end, Bloody Beak got so vicious with the Jabberwock that she had to keep it caged up, so that something like that couldn't happen again. The last thing you want is two kaijus battling out inside your palace. So that's how that happened. But yeah, the unicorn horn was then. That thing came about later. They knew that there was a way to undo this, but they had to find the unicorns before plucky heroes and adventurers would try and figure it out as well. So, Scabbeth and Nightshade went off and killed. Well, I said killed, but they cursed one of the unicorns, turning it into a rocking wooden horse. And then they chopped off the horn.
Wait, the rocking horse that Scabatha has is the unicorn?
That is Lamorna's mate.
Yeah, I think we sort of put that together when we saw the rocking horse with a missing horn.
Yeah, but okay. Scabatha gets extra hard punches when I see her.
Then they tried to hide the horn, but the horn almost has a magic of its own, almost like it wants to be used to freeze Zybelna in this place. And it went from person to person. Who knows where it is now, but it's been lost for a long time. But the way you're talking about how to use it, I'm gonna guess that you guys actually have it.
No.
Oh, okay.
Why would we be asking about alternate methods?
True. All right. Well, I won't pry. Seems you guys have got this under control. But Lamorna would very much go on.
If we were to acquire the unicorn horn and we touched somebody and we said the wrong name, would anything bad happen to that person?
No, I don't think so. The spell just wouldn't work.
Okay. And Tarquin asked this earlier, but I just want to confirm. There's nothing we need to do to recharge the unicorn horn. We can use this unlimited amount of times should we find it.
Unicorns hold a great mystical power, and that horn is most likely fully charged and ready to go.
Okay.
And then my final question is, do you know how to restore the rocking horse back to being a living unicorn? Do we have to kill the hag, or is
just like the hag's curse? My guess, I don't know this for sure, but my guess would be another boop and another true name might do the trick.
Okay.
But instead of booping, perhaps actually placing the unicorn horn might do the job. Do you know Lamorna's mate? I know Lamorna is in hiding. She shrouded her wayward pool so she couldn't be found and hunted down.
We did learn its name because I'm pretty sure Lamorna told us, but that was so long ago.
If not, all we have to do is bring it to Lamorna, and she will know the name. She can do it herself.
Yep, that's the way.
Okay, Pinnings, one last question for you, I suppose. Actually, this is probably the most important one. There is currently a knight suspended in time over the Abyss of Storms. You wouldn't happen to know his name, would you?
He was one of the ones who arrived with the other entourage, the wizard, the water genasi, and the fire genasi, and the woman, I think an elf dressed in robes with the quarterstaff. All of these are ones who arrived when I wasn't present.
It's
They turned up. Yeah, it is Tanner.
Okay,
And
so
unfortunately, they arrived unannounced, and so I do not know their names.
okay.
Maybe if we boop them on the nose and say what sort of job they look like they'd do if they weren't an adventurer.
Nah, I think no. But
Even if you knew Tanner, you wouldn't get it because Tanner has an apostrophe in it, and
no, I'm just taking the piss.
but
you need the full name, which is Tanner.
in
Tannerlin? Yeah, Tannerlin.
in case we do have to break the cauldron, it's probably worth trying to like tie some sort of ropes to him so that if the time magic on him breaks, he doesn't just fall to his death.
I think
That's a good idea. Hadn't thought about that.
I think if we can freeze Ibilna, then that will be
Yeah.
the biggest save for us.
Oh yeah. But I'm thinking. Yeah.
I think that while we get the sword, maybe if we come across the hags, I'll try or one of us could try and make a lot of noise on them and get the Jabbawake on them. Then that would give us freedom to go to the room.
Well, if we're looking for making lots of noise, you've got the best item for that.
Yeah, but I'm also keeping us quiet right now.
I know, but when we find them, I mean, if we run into them, just use it on them.
True.
Wait, can we put the amulet of Featherfall on the knight?
I think it's an attunement item.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That way he can slowly fall to his death instead.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to think of something we could do.
Honestly, a couple of ropes around the middle should do it.
Yeah, and we're going that way anyway, so let's go get Snack.
All right.
All aboard.
Okay, so you head back onto the boat. I realize this has been a lot of exposition and stuff, but you did find all the NPCs at once suddenly. So they've got all the answers for you. A lot. Igric, Thinnings.
Come on, Igric.
Okay, I'm gonna just drag you down back to here.
Black Comet, can you transform into something bigger than like what you are, like to carry people?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay.
About a white fluffy owl is as good as you're gonna get. Yeah. It's more of a disguise than a shapeshift.
And it is an adorable white fluffy owl.
Yeah, it's one my mistress picked out a long time ago.
This is a really weird question, but do we think that the beanstalk could reach into it? To like the tower, so we could use the beanstalk in order to get back into it?
Ooh. It has long vines. If it can reach all the way up to a tower, maybe it can reach over, yeah.
There is something about this room, actually, I should mention. If you want to get back in the central tower, this room actually has a secret teleporter that takes you into it.
Oh. Well, that's really oddly convenient, but I'm good with that. How do we activate it?
It's pretty straightforward, actually. I'm sure you'll figure it out. He knocks on the wall on the side that is closest to the central tower. And you see these 3 little panels open up. Or, like, appear, I should say. And they weren't obvious before, but they've got little latches on them that you can lift.
Is it one way?
I think it is.
Getting there is probably...
And it'll teleport anyone in this room into the central tower.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we should all go because I haven't got the means of getting everyone back. So, Rodolfo,
Well,
a flyer,
you could try using this in reverse.
could we?
See if that works.
Like,
Like if you say the word in reverse, I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Anyway, you can see here. There's actually not 3. There's 4 little latches. Here you go.
okay.
Yeah, I think Rodolfo and someone who can fly them out of there should probably
Should
go
be,
in case we can't go back.
which I think will be me or Xaxx, but to be honest, neither of us is super strong, so it'll be
So
maybe both me and Xaxx, because Xaxx you can fly, right? I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, I can fly.
Because potentially then, but between me and you, we could fly Rodolfo back.
But how do we know which one? Should we just try it? It seems kind of random.
Well, is it?
The demon not know?
Yeah, Black Comet.
Are
Is it
you
that-
asking about the hatches? Have you
Yeah.
even opened them yet?
No, I will.
No.
We were worried too. I will open the hatches then.
So which one do you open? All of them?
Yeah, why not?
Starting from...
I'll start from the left and work my way right, I guess.
Okay. Opening a hatch reveals a squared cavity containing the head of a decapitated creature. It looks to you like it might be a bugbear. And it suddenly opens its eyes, looks at you, and the head just suddenly says, "Yeah."
Yeah, you too.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll open the second one. I think I might see where this is going.
The second one has a harpy's head, and its eyes open and shout, "Bah!"
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Right. Anyone who doesn't want to teleport, probably good idea to leave the room. Anyone who does, which it should be at least me, Xaxx, and Rodolfo.
Yep. Not that I'm happy about this.
No. And the third one says,
A hobgoblin's head appears and says, "Gah!"
Yeah.
and the fourth one,
It's an ogre that says, "Bah."
Yeah.
and I'm guessing if I'm so it went ya ba ga
Ga.
ya
Bah.
Gaba.
yeah. So
Yabba gabba.
and I would guess based on the thing, if you then put them no wait, which one said bar?
There's 2
first
bars.
and-
There's the harpy and the ogre.
Yeah, the second and the fourth one said ba.
Yeah.
The first one said ya, and the third one said ga.
But the second and the fourth one,
Huh.
first and second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so initially I thought it was going to be like you have to put the creature type alphabetically in order to get it in the right order.
No, it's Baba Yaga.
I know that's what it is, but I'm just trying to work out what the puzzle would be. But anyway, once everyone who doesn't want to be teleported is out the room, I shall say the name.
Okay, who's not getting teleported?
I think it just.
I'll stay with Juniper if somebody can convince Juniper to walk out of the room.
Sure.
I think it's just them 3 going for the sword, I think, and I'm gonna be keeping everyone else silent.
So, sorry, just them 3. Who's them 3?
Rodolfo, Xaxx, and
Rodolfo.
Tarquin.
You got it.
Assuming that's
All
what
right.
you guys want to do.
Yeah, that
We
works
get-
for me.
Go the minimum amount of us. That way, if there is danger, then we're not screwing everyone, and we're also the two that can fly. So,
Okay.
oh, I think I've worked out how the puzzle's meant to be. It's based
You
on the
check-
length of the names. So,
You-
I think. So, Baba
Give it a try.
Yaga.
As soon as you say that, you feel the air in this room suddenly filled with magic, and Rodolfo, you can see a great deal of conjuration pulling you closer and closer. And the rest of your allies watch as the three of you disappear and vanish from sight.
Grapes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing you hear is Igrix just say, like, and if you want to try coming back, I don't know, try it in reverse, see what happens.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Tanwen, sorry, Tarquin, Xaxx, Rodolfo, you all appear simultaneously together, directly in the center of the central tower. And you hear a sound as soon as your vision's still like kind of dizzying and swirling around, but the first thing you hear is squabbling,
Uh-oh.
bickering,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
From
And,
downstairs.
from directly above you.
Oh.
I should put them in.
Oh dear. Seems like his situation is, well, a little bit. He's stuck in a little bit of a dead end by the looks.
And then you hear Scavatha.
Time has been rather cruel to him.
And then you, of course, hear Endlin.
If we still had the unicorn horn, we might, or we could, be able to plunge him to his doom.
They're looking at Tanner, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Tarquin, you appear here. And, oh dear. Xaxx, you're here, and Rodolfo, you're right there. Surrounding you are the bickering three of the Hourglass Coven, and they are indeed.
Are they flying right above us? Is
Yep, they're
Yeah.
on their flying rocking horse. Their ornithopter are flying, and they're bobbing lily pad. They look down and see the three of you.
Oops.
I just sort of look at the three of them, and Gaia Baba. I just try to
Their
say the
eyes
name
kinda
backwards.
God. Could you just roll dex for me, quick, Tarquin?
Sure, just straight decks.
Yep.
No! Wait, this is... Wait,
I'm rolling as well.
Wait a minute, this is a dex check. I'm sure I've got something for this.
Ooh, they all rolled really high.
Where is it? Ah, no, that's for dex saves, not dex checks. Ah.
You know what those dex checks are, right?
Yeah, they're initiative, basically.
That's exactly what they are.
Wait, if they're initiative, does that mean that my initiative bonus that I get gets added?
You having a bonus to initiative?
Yeah, because of being a Harengon, I have something called Hair Trigger, which adds
Of
my-
course you do. Yes, go. Yeah, add
which-
that as well.
Which gives me a +4, which puts me on 19.
Which is tied for the highest.
And I've
What's-
got a 20 dex.
Slackjawed Lorna has a dex of 11, so you beat the tiebreaker. Hair Trigger coming in clutch.
Yeah.
Tarquin, you see the three hags look towards you, their eyes widen, their teeth grit.
You! Get them!
They begin casting spells, conjuring whatever malevolent forces they can to strike you three down whilst you're surrounded and separated. And Tarquin, you managed to blurt out the words, what was it, young?
I basically just said, so I went like, Gaia Baba.
Gaia Baba! Suddenly you feel the teleportation magic reverse, and you feel like you're gonna throw up in a second, you guys in the back, because you're getting taken for a reverse portal trip back to the other room as spells rain down, and you hear from the other room just like whatever the hell that room just got filled with.
Tarquin, thank God you are here. Okay.
Question there. GM question.
Oh yeah, sorry.
All that noise they just made?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I think with that, you know what?
I'm also going to say
God.
Tarquin yelled that at the top of his lungs in panic.
I think with that, the final segment is knocked off as the Jabba wakes, and you hear this horrible, draconic, gurgling sound just echo through the halls of the palace. Where is it? Where's my Jabbawake sounds? Here we are. Yeah. You just hear it awaken and let out its roar.
Yes, that was perfect. I can't believe that worked.
Faulkner, what did they do?
That was not the plan we intended, but it worked.
So, sorry, teleportation is weird. So the hags are in the main tower.
And I think that is also a very good place to wrap up today's session as well. On that note, with the Jabbawake finally awake, we're going to find out where the hell that's going to start flying to next session.
Wow, I wonder. I wonder where.
The place with all the noise and crashes.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Great way to end on a little cliffhanger there.
I was like setting myself up to use a call lightning over there, but
I thought we were dead.
Because I'm like, I was prepping myself.
If it wasn't for hair trigger, that would be very bad. Very, very bad.
Yeah.
You know, Endlin started the fight with a finger of death last time.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. So, and you even said, Faulkner even said, hang on, so they flew up and they might be in the central tower? Like, we got to be careful as we go for Snicker Snack? Yeah, that's exactly where they are. They flew up and over and into that tower.
Yeah. Thank God for hair trigger. Thank God I got my Harengon powers back, because I didn't have that a couple of sessions ago.
That's so true. Oh my God, you're right.
And I like to think, as Tarquin disappeared, he personally gives the middle finger to Bavlorna, because it's due to her that he has this power back.
Yeah.
That's your fault, Bavlorna. My fault? What?
I also kind of like to think that they all just wasted a spell.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the finger of death got wasted.
They need a target to be able to shoot it.
Well,
I
they
know
did
for sure
something
Scabatha
to make some noise, so...
Yep, that was Scabatha throwing one of her many bandolier of bottles and it exploding. So it was like shattering glass. But yeah, there we go. That was a nice little ending to that session. It's going to be everything hitting the fan next one, so stay tuned for that.
Lord.
But we're going to wrap it up here. Thanks very much for you guys playing.
Thank you.
And
bye.
Yeah. Bye for now.